All right. Good morning, everybody. A little bit early to do today's stream, but that's because I've been really feeling the itch to grind. I set a few records yesterday after stream. A few PBs that I'm going to go through real quick. First, let's transition over. There we go. All right. So first things first, I forgot to change the stream title on OBS, so let me do that real quick. Taking my friend's records, I beat a lot of his records already yesterday, so I guess today would be aiming for 17.xx on movement. There we go. Do a quick little transition, and we are good to go. Alright, so let's go over some of the stuff I did last night. So, I hit Emerald on movement. I think I already had Emerald before my new PB. My PB is currently 18.005. Zilia hit a 17.9, and the two of us were just grinding this out for about 2 hours last night. So I was able to go down from a 0.1 something down to 18.0, which nice. Let's see what else. The other one that I'm super excited about, this is my first Amethyst, I believe, and it was here on Godspeed. I hit 5.93. Yeah, I did indeed install Neon Light. I figured might as well if I'm competing 4 times faster than Red anyway. But, Ricky, look at this time right here. I was grinding this stage for about an hour last night, and I hit a 5.9. Yeah. So between that, and I also hit an 18.0 on movement. So it's like... But of course, while I was grinding movement, so was Zilia, and he hit his 17.9, and it's like, damn. I have a lot of work to do if I want to catch up. Okay, I need to figure out, do I want to continue red medals first, or do I want to grind a little bit of movement first? I guess movement as a warm-up. This is not movement. Movement as a warm-up wouldn't be bad. Hello? Thank you. Nope. Too slow. I find I am pretty inconsistent about getting the boost here. I know World Record does some crazy... They come out this way. Come here and do a quick little like that. But that's way slower than my Ghost. What Zilia does is he comes, jumps right there on that arch, kind of like that. I got it slower. Ooh, damn. Yeah, I haven't even started incorporating the second arch boost yet, just because I'm trying to get this first part as consistent as possible. That and everything once you get to the O-ring up there with the water. That part, I am terribly inconsistent at actually making the jump in a good time. And also, that was one of my biggest problems last night, is I kept running into that pillar over and over again. Right there, I just bonked on the wall again. Yeah. Like, I got so close. I was 0.006 off from a sub 18. It was crazy. I had everybody in voice chat just screaming. I mean, Zilia was happy because that means that he didn't have to compete for an even faster time. But, ooh, that could have been good. But I swung out a little bit too far with my jump. A little too far to the right. Let me just try and hit a better line here. Nope, got a bad boost there. Hitting this boost and like getting enough speed off of it is really hard. I hit it real well on my PB. Okay, this one's pretty good. I could get it faster, but I don't know what I do on my PB there, but it's always way faster than whatever I do now. I could have made that jump even earlier. I had enough height. Nope. Let's restart. Damn. That's an okay boost. Slower there. I need to hit the corner a little harder. No, not even close. That's the... I will say my issue with the O-ring and not getting that jump is specifically I'm really bad at figuring out whether or not I have enough momentum to make the jump. I know that if you coyote jump it, it's a little bit better because you can get a little bit more momentum. But, and that was too slow on the jump up there. Yeah. This level is a grind. But it's the kind that I kind of like doing because I could just turn off my brain for a little bit. Hop in VC with the boys and just grind it out. Okay. I think if I swung out a little bit more to the right there, and instantly pivoted left and landed the coyote jump, I might have been able to make that with a better line. Yeah, that's fine. For the most part, I feel like most of my grinding is going to end up happening on this level anyway. Because I kind of need to prove to myself that, hey, I can hit the sub 18 too. Because I'm the one that got Zillia into this game, not the other way around, so it would suck if he had the better PB than I did. That was alright. Could have been better. Ooh, that was a good line though. Okay. Up here. Ooh, that was close. If I had just a little bit more momentum going into that, that would have been the perfect coyote jump. Got there. Not quite a good line, but I'll pick it. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm starting to get the sub 18.1. Take it. This was an right boost. Up here. Okay, didn't bonk on the ledge. It's great. No, I needed a little bit more momentum. Okay. I'll say, thankfully, this time I didn't mess up my sleep schedule trying to grind more Neon White. I grinded some Neon White, went played Repo with the boys, and I was gonna hop back on to Movement here and grind it out last night, and I figured, nah, I would want to save that for stream instead. Because it would be so hype if I hit the sub 18 on stream. To be honest, I should have been recording my off-stream gameplay too. Because I hit some really hype runs. I lowered my PB on... Fuck, what was the name of the level? Dancer. Right. I lowered my PB on Dancer by quite a bit. Zillia beat my PB though. So, I'm gonna have to grind that one back too. That one, it feels like such a pain in the ass to optimize though. In a good way. Like, it's a pain in the ass in a good way. I don't know if that makes me masochistic or what. But... Nope, too slow. Ooh, okay, hold on. That was a really good line. I got so much momentum so quick. As long as I'm faster than my ghost and I hit it exactly like I did there. No, not quite, not quite. Do I have to swing out further right? I might have to swing out further right. Bad boost. Okay. But yeah, speaking of actual work, I am on call. And the unfortunate thing is it's been really slow the past few weeks, so I haven't actually been called in all that much. Which should be fine because we're gonna get busy. Busy season is like just around the corner. But yeah. I think my big thing is I want to get a Switch 2. Like, don't get me wrong, I hate the pricing of... Not necessarily the Switch 2, I hate the pricing of the games. The Switch 2 itself, the pricing on that makes sense. I am an IT professional. But like, I service a lot of different locations. So usually if there's like... It's based off of seniority. The more seniority you have in my workplace, the more often you get called in. And I'm not like... I don't have terribly much seniority compared to some of the other people, but I also don't have too little seniority. I'm kind of like right in the middle. So depending on how many tickets we get coming in and all that kind of stuff, they either have slow seasons or busy seasons. Right now we happen to be in a really slow season. But the end goal is to end up working for a company like Canonical, the creators of Ubuntu. They're working on a few projects that I actually have direct experience in. Or rather, I should say applicable experience in. One of them is a... Also, tell me if this is TMI, but I'm like really passionate about what I do. One of them is a graphic stack engineer using C++. And that's actually something that, A, was one of my favorite classes in university. But it's also something that I work on personally quite often. So it's like, it's kind of that nice intersection between a job that I want to be doing and a thing that I like to do. So... Okay. I've been having not so great runs here. Take that there. Damn. Okay. I think that might be the strat, to swing out further right like that and a little bit earlier. Let's see. I'm not even going for the second arch boost because, goddamn, that'd be rough to do. Not TMI at all. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, it's just the kind of thing I'm very used to running into people who think I blab and yap too much about stuff. So. Ooh, okay, that could have been it. That could have been it. If I had just had some better movement at the end there, that would have been sub 18. But now I can't hit this. But yeah, especially because obviously the whole internet joke is Linux users are like the Jehovah's Witnesses of PCs. So I'm always trying to be conscious of exactly how much I talk about my interest in computing. Yeah, streaming, it does mean my job is yapping. But there's the kind of yapping that people enjoy and the kind of yapping people don't. Usually telling people about, God damn, hold on, why? That was close. Okay. Okay. I just need to get this a little bit more consistent. But yeah, my job is to yap, but I want to make sure I do so in a non-annoying fashion. And online, the joke is that, oh, Linux users are the Jehovah's Witnesses of computing. And amongst the Linux users, Arch users are considered, again, the Jehovah's Witnesses of Linux. So it's like, I already have to deal with the reputation of being a Linux user and an Arch user. So it's like a double whammy. And it's the kind of thing I don't want to come off as that kind of annoying person. So I tend to keep that specific section of my interests not quite at the forefront of a conversation. All right. Decent enough boost. Try and hit this. Yeah. Okay, this is decent. Fuck. That was close. I'm getting there. Pretty good boost. Alright, here we go. I'll hop there. Nope. Went up a little too high. So that was slower than my ghost. Could have been it though. Again, I need to have better routing specifically on that ring. If I could figure out a better route for that, something that's a lot more consistent, I should be able to hit a better time. Hard part is I did so well on this early section on my PB that I feel like anytime I could see my ghost is an instant reset on this map. Like this right here, I'm gonna still go for the attempt, but I could see my ghost. So I know I'm a little bit slower than my PB. No, not quite. I lost the water boost there. All right. Try and hit this. Damn, hit the pillar again. Okay. No, not a good boost. This is all right, but my movement is a little bit wonky. A little bit screwy. Get this here. Oh, that could have been it. I think I either jumped a little bit too early, or I need to swing out a little further right. But that could have been it. Let's go! 17.99. Holy shit. Okay. I'm 0.05 off of Zilia. Well, I mean, I hit the sub 18. That was kind of my goal for this stream, so... I don't know. Do I continue grinding? I know I can hit lower. Because I know for a fact that when I was going for that first boost off the arch, off the first arch, I know for a fact I bonked a little bit and lost some momentum, but it was still fast enough to put me in front of the ghost. So I know I can improve that. And I know that with even better pathing on the ring, it's possible to coyote jump off the ring onto the bench into the goal. And that is going to be ultimately faster than whatever strat I used here. And then obviously there's the whole, I can hit the boost off the second arch, which would get me even faster. So I have a lot of room for improvement on this time. And I'm kind of in the flow state right now, so I think I'm going to go for more attempts. I think I can hit this better. Fuck, not like that. Alright, let's try this again. Nope. Now the problem is that the nerves have gotten to me. Or rather, specifically the adrenaline. That was an okay boost off the arch. Wasn't the greatest. No, not quite. I messed up with the jump there and ended up leaving the water for a little bit, so it ruined my momentum. Okay. I can hit that corner a little bit harder, I think, and it'll get me slightly faster. But, okay. Not the greatest. I can slightly see my ghost. There we go. Get the padding here. Okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, I'm in the zone. I can hit this. I can beat Xillia for sure. Okay. I'm trying not to get too excited because I don't want to ruin the flow state that I'm currently in. But it's really hard. Like, I wish Xillia would stream himself playing this game so that you guys could see his reaction every day he hops on and sees that I beat his time again. Oh, that was really close. Okay. Because every single time he hops on, he looks at the leaderboards and goes, damn, Axia beat me again. And he goes back and he starts grinding the levels. Except he got so fed up with some of the runs that he ended up just going to movement. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get the one record that matters. Which, he's not wrong. At least among our friend group, movement is like the very big one. If you have a good movement time, people consider you the GOAT. No, that was a really bad boost off the water. Okay, let's go for this again. Yeah, I think in my group of IRL friends, we have 5 of us that play Neon White. No, that's just bad. Yeah, we have 5 of us that play Neon White with even more that are like interested. So the IRL competition is real. Ooh, not quite. Like, you'll often find all, like, 5 of us in a Discord chat at a time, just sitting there grinding levels for hours. I think when Xillia and I were first grinding for our low 18s, we had another friend that was grinding Pummel. He's the one that currently has a 6 point something on Pummel. And it's like, yeah, we spent easily 3 hours that night just grinding those 2 levels. Damn it, damn it. I need to swing a little further right. But I got the strat down. You know, I never checked what my global time is. What rank I am globally, rather. I know Xillia is top 1,000 now with his time. But that was a bad line. That, and I think I bonked. And lost some momentum there. Okay. Hit this again. Okay, no bonk. Oh, no, that wasn't Coyote Jump. Okay. I think if I Coyote Jumped that, it might have been just enough momentum to hit it. Use the speed boost. I know that I can get an even better boost off of that arch, though. I've seen the world record strats, and the way Xillia and I could tell, and this might just be the common way of telling how much speed you get off this boost, is how close you are to that insight while it's moving. We kind of use that as a metric for whether or not we hit a good boost or not. Okay, that could have been good. I was just slightly behind my ghost, and so I lost time there. Okay, get the boost here. That's all right. Not super great. And I bonked. All right. I also end up taking a frame 1 jump at the very beginning. I assume this is the fastest way because it gets you onto the water fastest. So I always go for the frame 1 jump, and if I don't, that's an insta reset. Because that's such an easy time save to do. And so getting a time lost there sucks. Damn it. 986. I think what it's going to come down to is my thoughts on the soundtrack for Neon White. Dude, I listen to it constantly. It's really good. There's also a reason why I use the hub as my starting stream music. Dude, I love that track. I'm working on putting together some YouTube videos with like clips and stuff from my streams, and I'm also planning on using that track as like the outro music. But yeah, the music is great. Ooh. Okay, 0.003 off. I think I had... I'm trying to remember where I think I saw my ghost there. Might have been at the very end. I might have had a slightly better padding on the ring. Really bad boost. I'm gonna just restart off that one. That's a decent boost. I'll take it. Okay. Nope. I jumped a little too early, so ended up leaving the water boost. All right. This is really bad initial arch boost. I can see my ghost ahead of me, but I'm gonna keep going with it. Wait for just the... Oh, I could have coyote jumped that. If I reacted faster, I definitely could have saved that run. Ooh, this is a good boost. Hold on. This might be the one. All right. No, fuck. I went way too far to the right there. That run would have been it too, with how good of a boost I got off that first arch. Nope. I think I was a little bit too impatient with that one and tried to hit the jump a little too early. I will say, I feel like I'm starting to get way more consistent at this early part, and it's just a matter of getting this ring section consistent. That one, I think, was specifically the line I took to the end goal after the jump. Because I feel like my movement on the ring was really good. But the thing that slowed me down was... Come on, I need to hit this boost. Not great, but I'll still go for it. Slower. I think I'm behind my ghost. I see him to my left. I think it might be faster to land slightly to the left of where I'm trying to land on that ring, because the right side is lower than the left side. So I might be able to hit the water faster if I land to the left, swing right, and then I messed that up. I missed my jump. I keep forgetting to hold space, and I keep just like tapping it. So there are times where I will just mess up my timing. Okay. Again, I tapped it instead of holding it. Need to fix that habit. Bad boost. I'll still go for it, because I know I can make up a little bit time there. My PB didn't have the greatest section there. I actually don't know if that's faster. Well, I also can't tell if it's just that I have bad movement there, or what. Something I've also noticed is that because I've been going back and trying to like edit together sections of streams for videos, something I've noticed is there are so many times where I'm in the middle of saying a thought and I just get distracted and just never finish my thought. And it's always amusing to me how often it happens. Okay. I might go for a few more attempts here. And then if I'm not seeing much of any progress, I am going to go ahead and start grinding out red metals. But I will return to this definitely like later in the stream. All right, it's here. Ooh. Yeah, part of being locked in is losing your train of thought, but also it happens to me really often because I do believe I'm undiagnosed ADHD. And I'm not saying that just because. I'm saying that because it's what my teachers have always told my parents when I was younger, and my parents just never got me diagnosed. And then when I tried to get diagnosed as an adult, I keep getting ghosted. So, and it's like such a long process to go through the diagnosis. Well, no, it's not for ADHD. But it's like so much work and so much trouble, and at this point, I feel like even if I do have it, I'm good enough at managing myself. So I'm just like, eh. But like, if you ask any of my IRL friends, the amount of times I forget words or lose my train of thought, like it'll happen multiple times in a conversation, even if I'm not locked in. So it's like, yeah. It's something that I've noticed that streaming has helped, even though I've only been streaming like consistently for about 6 days now. Being able to maintain a line of thought and just not forget words, and just my speech in general has improved a lot. Damn it, that was rough. Okay, let's try this again. Something that I hope to work on, and I think the stream has been helping me a little bit with, is removing filler words from my speech. I'm not entirely sure how often I use filler words while streaming, but I know when off stream, it is so bad. If I had a better line there, I might have been able to PB off that. Probably wouldn't have beaten Zillia's time, but it might have been a PB. Like, I have the stereotypical California filler word of using like way too often. Whoa, okay, hold on. That was a really good path right there. I had so much height off of such little time on that ring. Bad boost. Also bad boost. I kind of messed up the momentum there. Okay, I'll take it. All right. I don't know whether to jump early or late on that section right there. Ooh, ooh. I could tell it was going to be a little bit slower because I saw my ghost show up for a little bit, but that felt really good. Okay, try to jump. Try to jump. Oh damn! I needed slightly better padding there, but that could have been a PB. Hit that there. Ooh, ooh, hold on, that was clean. Ooh, damn, that was clean. That pathing from the wooden ramp. I need to figure out how the hell I did that because I actually don't know if that line is faster or not than what I've been hitting. It feels like it should be. Nope, too early, too early. I think I was on a really good pace there, but I ruined it by trying to jump towards the goal a little bit too early. Nope, I bonked on the ledge. I will say this movement section right here in the second half of the level is like the bane of my existence. Having from here, I bonk onto that ledge way too often. Granted, that means I should probably be focusing a little bit harder on not. Okay. Not quite. I think I need to swing out a little further right. Fuck. So the strat that Zilia and I came up with for hitting this boost off the arch is to pretty much aim for that gold band right there and jump right before you collide into the wall and do a little shimmy with your mouse. It works for us pretty well. But I'm not sure if it's like the most consistent way of hitting that boost. I know that we took it from the guy who held one of the previous world records for this level. Slower. Yeah, ever so slightly slower. It was a good time though. All right. Got to lock in. This is a pretty good start. That was slow there. I think I jumped a little bit too early. Oh, okay. I was not ready for that to actually land onto the platform, so I messed up my padding. That might have been close to a PB. Might have been close. Yeah. That might have been a PB. Maybe not, because I did see my ghost for a split second. So it might have been a little bit slower, but I can't tell if that was... I don't remember if that was before or after I realized that I did make it onto the platform. Because if it was after, then that means I was probably on PB pace. Ugh, okay. That was a little bit rough. I ended up just ever so slightly brushing my toes on that ledge. Did that there. I kind of bonked against... Fuck. Landed on the ledge. That's rough. Yeah, the hard part with my pathing on the ring is it involves landing as close to that ledge as possible while still only being on the water. So if you're even slightly off, you kill all of your momentum. I missed the jump. I think I hit spacebar a frame too early. Also, something that I don't know whether or not it matters when running this game is frame rates. Because I'm currently running at 144 FPS. And I don't know if that is optimal or if 60 is optimal. I think I remember somebody saying that coyote jumps are a little bit more natural to hit on 60 FPS, but I don't happen to have any problems landing coyote jumps. Ooh, okay, I had a tighter line on my PB. I think that's the main difference. Because every time I see my ghost going for this level, it is to my left on that jump. Which means I might be having better pathing overall throughout the level, but I'm losing it to that. 144 is the sweet spot. There are a few tricks that are frame dependent, but overall not that important. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, let's hit this. Kind of slow. I think I might have bonked somewhere. I think the main optimization I need to be looking at right now is this ring. Well, I mean, I already knew that, but specifically timing my dismount. I feel like everything else is pretty clean. It's just a matter of better padding and getting off of it better. Damn. All right, I'm gonna give it a good few more attempts before moving on to just clearing red medals. I mean, for now, I have a pretty decent PB. I'm kind of happy with it. Damn. I feel like I'm not quite yet at the point where I can, like, freestyle strats in this game. At least specifically when grinding for something like this. If it was specifically like eighths or reds, I would probably be a little bit more comfortable freestyling and trying things out. But like I was trying to freestyle my route for the pathing on that O-ring, and it's like, no, I actually forgot to check. Okay, so I'm 1205 on global. That's not bad. But I really want to hit top 1000. Kind of an arbitrary number, but come on. Let's actually hit this properly now. Kind of clean. Can't tell. This might be a little bit slow. Okay. Again, I need to hold space there and not tap it. Ooh, okay, that was a very clean boost. Hold on. This is the run. Right here. Not doing anything screwy. Fuck. Yeah, getting top 1000 is a massive achievement, and I know for a fact that Xillia is top 1000. I don't remember what exactly. Okay, 0.94. Let me scroll over to the 9.4s. I actually forgot to check the other numbers, so I don't quite know where exactly on this is going to be. Past the 9.4s. Okay, so he's somewhere in here. Wait. I thought he was top 1000. I might have been wrong. 9.4 on the dot. 940. Nope, passed it. Right there, 999. Damn, he just like barely squeaked out the top 1000. Okay, let's hit this boost. Kind of good, kind of good. I'll take it. Up we go. It felt like that should have been clean, but it was still slower than my PB. That was an alright boost. I'm doing some pathing that is better right there because... Ooh. I think I swung a little bit too early for the dismount. That was just a bad boost. Okay, I'm gonna give it 10 more attempts. 9 more attempts. Okay, there we go. Bonked against the arch. Unfortunate, but it happens. And I missed the coyote. Rip. That felt like a pretty good run too. But, okay, 7 more attempts. Meh boost. But I'll take it. And I messed up the jump. Damn. I'm so inconsistent with that O-ring. And it sucks. But the only way to get more consistent is to keep trying at it. So. Alright. Up we go. Up. Up. Okay, this is really fast right here. Oh, okay. That was really fast, but I was slower on the O-ring. It might be like... Okay, so my momentum was really fast doing all those hops, but I think the big problem and what screwed me over was the fact that I landed further up on the O-ring. So my strat is specifically taken into account for like my normal pathing on those jumps. And I don't know, it's going to be really hard to freehand the route when I land elsewhere. 999. Okay, I hit another sub 18 though, and that's kind of what matters. If I can consistently get sub 18, fuck. If I can consistently get sub 18, way too slow. And I feel like I'm at the point where this, getting enough speed off of this boost actually matters. Nope. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna give it 3 more good attempts before moving on to reds. 2 more attempts. Bad boost, but I'm gonna still run with it. I only have 2 attempts left. Okay. Up we go. Nope. Damn. Okay, last attempt. If I don't hit it here, we're just moving on. I'll come back to it later in the stream. Slower than my ghost. I see the guy. He's right here. Ooh, damn. All right. Well, I said that was going to be my last attempt for now, so I'll stick with that. I don't know if I showed you this, but I got the amethyst on Godspeed. Okay. Guardian. Okay. Okay, it did need to come in here. I don't know what the fast strat is for. What the fast strat for this is, though. Okay. Let me just lock in real quick. Damn it. Too slow. Nope. I didn't want to use Godspeed there. Alright, let's go. Yep, just slide in through here. This feels slow. Could have purified here. If I used the purify, I could have bounced that. If like I delayed my use of purify, rather, what I should say. I need to delay that elevate to make sure I don't get caught in the blast. Slide in through here. Purify it there. I don't know when is a good time to be using this, so I'm gonna just use it here. Yeah, that's slow, huh?
I just keep getting better and better.
All right. Damn it. Okay. Take the edge here. Purify. Elevate, purify. Slide on through. I'm gonna use Godspeed here. Purify here. But wait a second. I just saw that massive window. All right. Okay, not faster. At least not with that strat. I could probably workshop something that'll get me faster to get through that. Maybe saving Godspeed specifically for that could work. Let's try that. Okay, purify here. Gonna purify right here. And I messed that up, never mind. $24. Yeah.
Better and better.
There has to be massive time save that I'm missing around here. Only thing I can think of is maybe not going down this hole. I purified too early. Okay, delay the purify. I don't have to worry about these guys shooting me. They're slow charging up. I just need to delay slightly. I want to be able to use that purify. Wait, why am I not? No, that was too slow. Damn it. Take this line. A little bit faster than my ghost. That's good to know. Okay. Damn it. Okay, I need to be trying something different. It's not going to get me the time save that I need with the route that I'm using. But it's hard to think of something faster. But, okay. That feels like the right line to take there. On that inside arch. Maybe aim for the window with the second purify if I go that route. Okay, slide in here. Take you out. Right. I have purify, not Godspeed there, so I want to... Godspeed here, purify here, purify here. No, too slow, too slow, too slow. I get way too much high off that and I can't do the rest. So save Godspeed. Yeah, sure, I could use the time I'm aiming for. All right. But 22.64. Okay. That's a lot of time save over my current PB. So I'm wondering if this strat is even correct. But let me hit the optimal version of this strat before I pass judgment. 24.683. If I want to shave off 2.04 seconds, I don't know if this strat is the play. I'm trying to think what else could be. Let me see. I mean, I could try just freestyling right now. Okay, we go for there. No, I need that elevate, please. Thank you. Okay. So, purify you. If I hit the purify slash, I need to swap over to purify. Purify that. Right? Maybe I want to Godspeed it though. Because I want to... No, this doesn't quite... Oh, wait. I just realized there's a window up there. I might be able to do this with this idea. Alright, let's riff on it. I think as long as I don't shoot my Godspeed at the Purify, I might be able to do this. Okay. Not quite the strat I was going for. I mixed up which cards I was using. So, okay. But my idea is, so you light the Purify here. Purify here. Slash it for the boost. Okay, yeah, that is 100% the strat I need to do. I just need to actually execute on the vision. Missed the slash there. Huge. I don't know if this is going to be enough. 2309.
Keep getting better and better.
And let's see, I need to hit a 22.6. I think this strat has time save potential. So I'm gonna go for it. Again. Right. I can't get there too fast or else the Purify... Well, if I aim the Purify a little further away and I still land the slash on it, that's too far away. Hold on. Getting a little bit overzealous here. Try and hit this. Okay. Again, miss the Purify. Put the slash on it. That's fine. Okay. Oh, that was a little bit slower because I had to stop on the door. With a little bit better timing, I would have been able to hit that better. Fuck. So it is faster, of course, if I just read that pickup range. Maybe slightly faster? Yeah, no, I need to use that Godspeed for, well, speed. Okay, read the pickup range. There we go. Sure. I actually don't know if it's going to be faster to use Purify or Godspeed here. 22.93. Can I get this specific route faster? Can I save 0.3? I believe I can. I think I can. I'm gonna go for it. So right now I need to be thinking about micro optimizations, like not running into the door jam. Sweet, okay. Damn it! I forgot I need to swap. Alright. I just need to lock in. Ooh, my ghost is a little bit faster. Huge. Ooh!
I just keep getting better and better.
Can I eke out a 0.15 off this? Wait, not 0.15. I have to... Yeah, 0.15. Roughly 0.15. Or... So far I've been hitting 0.11s. Maybe. I believe in this strat. Okay. Nope, that was way too far out. I need to go for better Purify. Okay. If it wasn't for the fact that that guy takes 3 shots. $897. Where is my time save? Where is my time save? Better pathing, maybe? Okay, hold on, hold on. I'm kind of sick with it. I didn't realize Godspeed was slower if you held it. Oh, and I was so sick with it too. Okay, hold on, hold on. I still got it. I still got it. Nope, I had bad angle on the Purify. Go for something better. Ooh, still got the splash off. Let's go. Okay. This is a little bit slower than my PB. Fuck. If I had landed the slash on that last purify, I might have been able to PB ever so slightly. Missed the slash again. Okay. 0.78. Godspeed and the fist are the only weapons that are slower to hold full auto. Yeah, I figured that out the hard way. That was a PB of only 0.02. I need to get 0.12 better. No, 0.14. Damn. Okay, this is going to be a rough one. I think the thing that really drives me crazy is that there's a purify that I cannot slash on. Because I don't have enough. I don't have enough Godspeed ammo. Well, not even slash on. I can't shoot at for the speed boost. Because I don't have enough Godspeed ammo. Ooh, that was clean. Okay, got the red. But damn, y'all have much cleaner times. All right. Nope, too early. I think I can delay this elevate just a little bit. Ooh, damn. Hold on. My PB kind of wallowed on this one. Oh, because I landed the slash. I kept forgetting to go for it. Damn it. Okay, I might actually have faster strat with... But... I feel like it's so hard to land the slash on the purify while he had just shot it. Okay, I got it there. Okay, you guys are doing a different strat for sub 21. Yeah, I figured it was probably a strat thing, but alright. Gonna be nowhere near as fast as it needed to be. Alright, that's fine. I'll just turn to job archive and I'll move on to stomp. As long as I have the red medal, I'm fine with that. Wait, where am I going? Dude, it's been so long since I played this level, I actually don't remember. Wait, where am I going? Fuck. Come on now. Dude, what is with these bots? Every single day, I get at least one of these. All right. Get that there. Kind of slow, kind of slow.
Keep getting better and better.
I feel like there's some obvious time save here, so let me try and go for it. That's not really safe time. All right. I think I could shoot at those. But come on. Dude, I landed so many shots on these projectiles. I get such a big speed boost off of it. In my PB. I
I just keep
I mean, that
getting
was
better and
good enough for the red. Damn, Bricky. 13 seconds on this one? I gotta be doing something wrong. Nope, because there's guys inside the level there. That. Nope, I'm slower with it. Slower.
I
18.661.
just keep getting better and better.
It's basically this though? Okay. You're just doing it cleaner than I am then. Damn it. Okay, I got 3 boosts off that, I believe. Wait, I messed up. Okay. In the corner. Here we go. Damn it. I just need to clean up my performance. There we go. Shit, that was slower. You jump down to kill the guardian and jumper, and then back out, shoot everything from outside. Okay. Hold on. I think I have to workshop this just a little bit. Okay, you said you jump down here. And then you go back outside. Bruh. Go up to a wall and tap Fire Stomp to see the spray. It's the same every time. Okay. Oh, you said tap fire. Hold on. I'm stupid. Okay. Okay. I see. Nope. Okay. Damn it. I need to remember I don't need to pick up stomp that third stomp dude drops. Or this guy, the fourth one. I can just go straight for here. I missed it. Oh, that could have been it. Break the chest and jump past the red wall to save more ammo. Oh, save more ammo. Break the chest. Okay. I see what you're saying. My brain is just a little bit slow. I think that the beginning part is slower than my route, but you obviously have a much cleaner route overall.
I just
18.5.
better.
I'll leave it there for now. I'll probably come back to it because I know for a fact I can get that better. Stop. Right, this level. That was a slowdown. Keep this here, 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 walk off. 15.6.
Better and better.
If I come back to Jumper, you'll send a video. All right. Yeah, I'll probably come back to it in a little bit. Oh, I want both of these. I need to agree the pickup range. Okay, 15.6 again.
Better and better.
So there's some way to get this faster. Oh, skipping that platform entirely. Why didn't I think of that? That has to be faster. Yep, read the pickup range on that. Wow. Okay. There. Right on top. I think we agreed here. Yeah. Yep. $15.4.
Keep getting better and better.
So I know red metal is just a little bit faster because Zillia has a 15.27 and he has red. So I think all we need to do is greed on pickup range. Went a little too greedy there. I forgot what the strat is. Okay. But I guess it's a little bit faster. This should be good right here, right? Yeah. Okay. 15.11. I'll take it and I'll leave it there. Dash tower. I don't remember what strat. Let me complete this level somewhat normally real quick to see how it's supposed to be done. Oh, I missed that. Okay. That. $17.72. Okay. Wait a second. We do that. That's gonna save us. Save us a bit of time there. Yep. Damn it. Take a better line here. Pick up Godspeed. Fuck, I missed the head. Okay. Missed the Godspeed. Reading a little bit too hard for this Godspeed. Oh, I forgot to shoot the heads. Not the heads, the balloons. Damn it, got caught up on the bench. A little bit of hop. Nope. Trying to greed for this Godspeed, it is just not working out for me. If I shot that guy once, that would have been fine. By once, I meant once with the elevate. $15.9, not bad. I can shave off a lot of time though. If I landed all of those bullets, Dang it, he's not dead. Hold on. I'm in the groove on this level now. Right there. Right there. Oh, it takes so many more shots with the elevate. Okay. Through there. Up we go. Godspeed. Yup. 15.91.
I just keep getting better and better.
I keep getting a roughly 15.9 and just kind of around that range, which makes me feel like should be able to speed this up even more. Well, that makes me feel like I know I can speed this up even more. It's just a matter of figuring out the strat for it. Getting a little bit too greedy with the range on this big up. Okay. Sweet. 15.6. That was a 0.3 time save. Or 0.27. Just a matter of figuring out where the rest of my time save is going to come from. Dude, that's hard because I need to hit the jumper bullet with the Godspeed while I'm also hitting just the jumper. Dude, I landed that so cleanly in my PB. Damn it, did not mean to stomp there. Okay. Godspeed. Dash out here. But missed the head. My line could have been way better there. I think one of the things I need to improve on is my pathing at the very end there on the water. Because I know for a fact I can hit better pathing. Ooh, okay. As long as I do pretty well here, but too high. Oh God, excuse me. Damn it. Need to make this as fast as possible. Trying to think what would get me faster. What would get me faster? Obviously, better pathing in general, I think, is what I'm working on at the moment. Because there's a lot of time save I can have from, like, cutting corners. Maybe greeting a little bit harder. I think I've jumped earlier there, not later. Yeah. Okay. Instead of stopping that first group of enemies, you can shoot to kill them and try to stop at the jock and two small guys. Alright. I'll try that out. If I had good aim, I should probably be tapping and not holding spray. Oh yeah, that's quite a bit faster. Quite a bit faster. And if I just get cleaner with it, I can make it even faster. No, the balloon is going to mess with me. Okay. There's a hop there. Damn it. If I start a hop early, right around here. I could avoid the whole having to wait. Better than my PB. No, that was slower. I think at the very end there, I ended up just a tad slower. Okay. Dude, how was that slower? Okay. $14.6.
I just keep getting better and better.
Excuse me. I can get this lower. I don't know if that's a strat to do. I feel like I can get a lot cleaner with it. Yeah. Because if I take a better line while I'm in the air, doing it backwards, and I accidentally twitched. Okay. Hop here. Fuck. I keep greeting a little bit too hard on this Godspeed. Oh! I actually don't know how I took that good of a line that first time. Because I keep taking what I think is going to be a better line, and it's just not. There's a strat where you Godspeed the frog and Guardian, then elevate to the water, but it's a little tricky with the timing. Okay, another PB. Shaved it down by another 0.17. Which Godspeed would you be saving for that? Would it be that Godspeed? Oh wait, no, you're talking about this Godspeed. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Now, is it Godspeed, jump, and then elevate? Or is it Godspeed, elevate? Again, greeting a little bit too hard. You have to dash into them without breaking the wall, and then jump off the ground to elevate. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on, I broke the wall. To restart. There we go. Too early on the hop. Way too early on that hop. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Hop here. Ooh, okay. I see what you mean about timing. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit rough to go for. Damn it. Why is this the most inconsistent part for me? It's like, this is the easiest part. Not really anything demanding here. And for some reason, I just cannot get my greed range down. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna give this one a few more attempts. That stomp did not work. Damn it. Come on now. There we go. Up. Ooh, okay. Damn it. Yeah, I know that the greeting is the right thing to do. It's just trying to get the greed range like exactly at its outer bounds is rough. Damn it. I mean, I hit the Godspeed without breaking the wall, but damn. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more good attempt, and by good attempt, I mean like get to the end. Not quite. Alright, I'm gonna move on. I have the red medal. That's good enough for now. I didn't mean to come. Let's go only the sets. Alrighty then. Is there anything in here that I need to kill? No, it's just a Godspeed. Do I need the Godspeed for anything? Maybe the end there. I don't know about that. Oh. Okay. Probably fast strat. Yeah, hold on.
I just keep getting
Okay.
better and better.
This is your favorite from chapter 3? I don't quite remember what my favorite from chapter 3 is yet. Okay, I need to save a stomp somewhere. Right here. No, I did that. That was slow. Used it too fast. Okay. I still needed to save stomp. Okay, 11.4.
I just keep getting better and better.
I'm assuming red metal time is either... Oh, I don't have a stop here. Damn. And that was only barely slower than my PB. If I could just land these shots, please. Thank you. Wait, I need this stomp here. $11.4 again. Okay. $11.06.
I just keep getting
Red metal.
better and better.
Sweet. Actually, real quick, something I just forgot. I should probably change my stream title since I hit the sub 17, sub 18 on movement. I should change stream title to Red Metal Grind. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, let's see. I can get a better time here. Okay, I hit some of these projectiles. Damn it. Something else I need to be doing is I need to be hitting the top of... Hold on. One of the big time saves I was able to land was hitting the top of the goal instead of landing on the side. Like that. Okay. Nope, too slow. Damn it. Die. Okay, so I can greed the distance on the stomp. Like this. Bruh. Okay. Hold on. Just barely slower. I know for a fact I can get this much faster. And I just need to hit enough of the projectiles. 11.047. I could probably get sub 11. I could get sub 11. Do I go for it though? Oh, I was too far out. I needed to get both Godspeeds, not just one. You know what? I just realized I can like instant stop there. Not there. I need to be a little further to the left if I want to do the instant stop. And I got none of the projectiles here. I need to give it just... You can skip your first stop too, just shoot the guys. Alright. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. And it's just a matter of not having a skill issue so I can actually PB off of that time save. Because that's a massive time save, assuming I can actually aim. Nope, I think they were left alive there. I just need to have a little bit of better padding while I'm in the air. Nice. Sub 10. Sub 11. Okay. That was actually a really good tip. I could probably get an even better time. I just have to shoot better and get used to the spraying pattern on the stomp. Yep, no, it was a little bit slow. Damn it. That would have been a PB if I had landed right on top of the end goal, but... And I'm not... I could have PB'd even better. It would have been an even nicer time if it landed on top of the goal. But do I go for another? Yeah, I'll go for another PB. Damn it, I only picked up one of the Godspeeds. There we go. Better PB.
I just keep getting better and better.
You want to be in the middle of the group of jocks? Okay, I'll try for that too. Okay, I can see if, as long as I'm faster than my ghost, I can see how that's better. Not quite. I think if I delayed my Godspeeds just a tad, I would have been able to hit that better. Sweet. That was a pretty good PB.
Getting better and better.
Do I aim for Emerald? I think I do. Damn it. Nope. Too slow. Damn it. Okay. I need to be a little bit further back there. Didn't get any boosts. There we go. Need to be, again, a little further back, a little bit closer to the pack. I feel like the hardest one to get is the boost off of this guy's projectiles. If I could land the boost off of those more consistently, which I feel like is just an aim thing. Yeah, not quite. I'm a little bit too far to the right every time I do this. So let's try and compensate. That was pretty good right there if I had killed all the demons. Not quite, need to be a little further up. Okay. That was a pretty good run. I just need to hit it consistent. Damn it. Don't tell me I made this inconsistent now. Nope. Somewhat consistent. If I just dial it in just a little. I think it was that pot right there that really screwed me over on that one. That run was pretty fast. But I Godspeed straight into a pot. I need to not strafe so much in the air too. Okay. 0.09 off my PB. Holy shit. Dude, whatever boost I hit off of that first enemy was insane. I'm gonna try and repeat it. Okay, 10.2.
I just keep getting better and better.
I can get this faster. That one boost I hit off this guy. If I can hit that again. Nope, not quite. I think it was a mixture of I hit a really good boost off of this, but I also hit all of that guy's projectiles too. Close. So like this right here, I hit the good boost off of that guy. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I hit the good boost. Damn. Try this again. And I missed all of those projectiles. Might have been that with a little bit better pathing. All right, I'm gonna just move on. I would have been stuck there forever. Let me see. You need this guy. Come in here like this. Shoot that guy instead of actually Godspeeding to him. Okay, hold on. Do this.
I just keep getting better.
Okay, I can get that faster. If I could land this. There we go. Wait, I need the Godspeed. Come on. Ooh, that was close. That like that. Need to hit some of those projectiles for the speed boost. .9.
I just keep getting better and better.
Where do I make up a second? Where do I make up a second? There's a lot of falling in this level, so maybe something with Stomp. Aha. Okay. If I can greed the Stomp range on this guy. Maybe. Maybe. See, I need to greed the Stomp range on the guy on the stairs right after this, but I would also need to greed the range on the Godspeed. This is an interesting one. Sure, 12.8.
I just keep getting better and better.
But that was only a 0.17. I could maybe get that faster. I should be able to get that faster. There's too much falling in here. .7. I can get that even faster. I paused. I hesitated. Nope. Needed to not jump. Well, actually, the jump here works. 0.6. You can get that faster. Using the jump, I can read the stomp. Do a bit of a hop here. Get the god speed faster. 12.1, I can 100% get this sub 12. Ooh, need to get a little closer to that stomp. Damn it. I also need to remember, I could be going for the boost off the projectiles. Hold on. Sorry. I almost didn't finish that thought. Because I'm locking in. .067. Yeah, this is really close to sub 11. I just need a... I could grade the range on this stomp a little bit. I forgot to aim for the projectiles. Okay. I need to greet a little bit harder. Okay. That. I think stomp until you're just past the wall. Like this. Sweet. Sub 11. Sub 12. I keep saying sub 11. Because I see number 11 and I think, oh, it's 11. No, it's 12. Fuck. Okay, come on. Okay, we agreed that. Don't stop there. I know I can get this way better than what my current PB is. Huge. 11.73. I think I can approach 11.5 with this strat. I just need to optimize my greed. Ooh. Okay. Again, just need to optimize the greed. You do that. I think maybe delay the stomp just slightly. Stomp here. Stomp here. I don't know if that's... Stomp here. Hold on. I'm freestyling a little bit. Holy. Okay. Dude, the speed up potential on this is insane. Okay. Just need to lock in. Oh no, I messed up. I messed up. Use an extra stomp. Damn it. Come on. You know the range of this sword. There we go. I think I need to make sure I'm not so far up on this red thing that I bonk my head there. I'm getting so close. I just need to put everything that I learned together for this. Again, can't stomp there. I need to make sure I get those projectiles too. Come on now. Through. Yep. Oh, I keep making that mistake. I keep accidentally stomping there. I can't stomp. Yeah. If I stomp there, I have to grab the stomp from the balloon. I feel like my strat, if I can nail it, is going to be a little bit nicer. Should be cleaner too, because you're not going to have to deviate from like a direct line to the end goal. I think I need to aim for the jock first and not the stomp guy. Yeah, if I aim for that guy first and then... No. I'm gonna stick with my original strat. Stop here, grab you. I keep doing it because I keep realizing, oh hey, I'm at the jock and he's not dead yet. It's really messing with my head. So I 100% need to get this guy first. And then drilling it into my muscle memory to make sure. This is like pretty execution heavy. And it's causing me to lose my train of thought way too often. Well, that was my first completed run in a while. I am 100% sure I can greet this guy with a jump and not touch the platform at all. I just have to get it done. The hard part is I've been stuck on this beginning section of the level for so long that my muscle memory for the next section is all kinds of whack. Ooh, that was really close. 0.28, 0.028 off my PB. But yeah, if I accidentally use the stomp, I can still freestyle it and try and save the attempt. Yep, that was it. Oh, let's go.
Getting better and better.
Now the question is, can I get to Emerald with this strat? Okay, it's possible. I would have to make sure I'm reflecting all 3 projectiles from that first stomp guy. And then I have to make sure to reflect the projectiles on the second stomp guy. It's possible. I just don't know if I have it in me right now to be able to hit that. Grab the stomp there. That guy keeps hopping right when I shoot for him with the Godspeed and makes me have to do a double take at him. It'd be cool if I could nail the backup strat though. Yeah, dude, the jumpers are... I can't tell if the jumping is consistent or not, because it feels like there are a lot of times I miss the projectiles, and then a lot of times I hit them. And I can't tell if it's due to their jumping or just me being bad. Oh... See, the problem with the backup strat is I have to perform something that's not in my muscle memory, because in my normal strat for this, I have to swap. Ooh, that was close. In my normal route for it, I have to swap to Godspeed to interrupt the stomp. But in the backup strat, you don't swap. Because if you do, you are on your slash. Ooh, that would have been close. I got caught on the ledge though. Ever so slightly. Ooh, okay.
I just keep getting better.
Oh,
and better.
sweet. Oh wait, no, I already had the red medal. What am I thinking? Trying to hit emerald. For a minute there, I forgot I had the red. Ooh, dude, I greeted this real hard in this PB. No! Damn it! Oh, that sucks. That would have been a nice PB, but I mistimed my... Alright. Now I'm greeting this a little bit too hard. Thing is, I know I can greet it harder due to my PB, but like, oh. Dude, I had this like perfect. Ooh, there we go, there we go. But I got none of the... The final platform edge goes out further than I think. All right, that's good to know. I honestly could have hit the backup strat there if I hadn't just fucked it up. Damn it. I should have gone for the backup strat there too, but it would have been slower nonetheless. Backup strat, here we come. No, it wouldn't have even PB'd there. Could have tried it, but... Damn it. Do a little bit of an alley-oop. I feel like when I do the alley-oop... $11.26. Okay, I'm approaching you, Brookie. I feel like this strat has the potential to hit the emerald. I just need to get good. Damn it. When I hit this thing clean, I hit it clean, but it's so hard. Damn. And I hit, I think, all 3 of those projectiles in my PB. I'll just take a swing out a little further to the left when I do this. You tried to beat my times on Thrasher and Catwalk yesterday? Dude, yesterday felt like a fever dream. Like... With the fact that I hadn't eaten all day, it just made things... Ooh, okay. And then the fact that I hopped on even after stream and grinded out even more PBs. Like, dude, my Godspeed PB was fucking crazy. It's only Amethyst, not quite a Sapphire level, but still. I just wish I had been recording for that PB. It would have been so sick to have it recorded. But it's fine. I plan on grinding for the Sapphire on that level specifically. So hit him with the alley-oop. Nope. No, I didn't want to do next level. Rip. I mean, I think I might as well move on to the next level though. You thought you hit the cap without the self bullet boost? I didn't even realize that was a thing. I'll be real with you. I think this is one of the first levels that you helped me with. It was either you or Jolly. I need the extra elevate. Either that or I need a stomp. I feel like I need a stomp. Oh, probably this initial stomp right here. The one that you get from this guy. Do that. Do that. Do that. What did I miss? Oh, I missed that guy. I think it was either you or Kiali that told me to hit this right here. And then told me to shoot for these instead of stomping on them. But I can't remember. Let's see if I hit the elevate here. There we go. I mean, slightly better, but holy, I have an awful time here. I can greed this elevate a little bit harder. Do a little hop here. I just need to position better on this barrel. Red time for canals is only 30. That feels really low for this level. Hello? That was just a skill issue. Please. Okay. Do this. Get a better angle here. Nice. Get this. I can greed this stomp. That. Oh, thank you. This. Sure. That that wasn't great, but sure. I needed the Purify to really dial in that time. But I could speed up over here. Yeah, it works. It's just not great. You know what? I'll take it. Why I am missing a stomp? Yeah. Need to hit slightly better angle here. But come on. That hop is not going to take me where I need it. Right. Okay, so I need this stomp. And I don't get the stomp. Maybe don't go for the stomp then. I mean, not the stomp. Maybe don't go for the purify. Everything I do here feels so much slower than my ghost. Maybe I just need to take a better line here. Take that further like that. Sure, take that. How the hell? I had to just keep the purify out instead of elevate. All right. I feel like I should be able to get a slightly better angle off of this first barrel here too. Not quite. Well, actually, hold on. Maybe I don't need to get that much more height. Yeah, there we go. That's fast. That. A little bit slower than my PB. Let it skin. Fast. I'll be honest, I'm surprised that my PB hit was that fast. That feels really fast for what should have been really slow. There we go. 28,684. You want to get this lower? I'm gonna go for a few more attempts. There are a few things I could still do. Oh, damn. Maybe swap to the elevate for that since I don't use the elevate anyway. Shoot at the bullets. And that should get me a considerable bit of extra speed. $28.5. I feel like I could squeeze out a 27, but I'll just move on. Oh. Damn. Damn. Sure. I feel like maybe instead of stomping that guy, just shoot at him. Let me try that. That feels faster. Okay.
I just keep getting
That was a decent speed up. Just have to dial this in. Dude, the range on the stomp is so much bigger than I thought it was. Ugh, that was slow. That's definitely not faster. Fuck. Alright. Come on, dude. You just need to lock it in. And I forgot to shoot the guy. Oh, I forgot the strat I'm going for. Damn it. There we go. There we go.
I just keep getting
Oh, okay. I feel like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end up getting this red, and I'm probably gonna go back to movement and grind that out for a little bit more. But missed the stomp. Nope, missed that guy entirely. I'm a 10th off the red. Damn, that's rough. Oh, dude, I keep barely missing that jumper. Okay, hold on, hold on. I got a good pace going. No. I don't know how I got even more inconsistent with my spray on Stomp. You think it's 1963? Okay. Not quite. I think what I need to do is I need to do that section better. Getting this little crab guy. Because my current PB always does this section a little bit faster than I do. I don't quite know what I did. Like, I know I literally just did this. I feel like I should know, but I don't. My mistake, too, is I keep doing a short hop here instead of a full hop. There we go, that's what I did. Okay. Damn. Come on. I'm getting to that point where I'm just losing all my consistency. I didn't even jump there. That's unfortunate. I didn't jump there again. Okay. Last attempt. If I don't get it, I'm just moving to movement for a bit. Ooh. I might be able to get this. Yeah, I'll leave it here for now. I am going back to movement. This is going to be a nice change of pace. Okay. Good boost. And I ran into the arch. Slower than my PB. I think the current world record holder goes... kind of takes an angle like this. But they get like a much nicer boost off of this than I did just now. I could have coyote jumped there. Save it. All right. I might also need to start looking into incorporating that second arch boost. Ooh. Kind of clean. If I had known I was making that, I would have gone for the bench jump. Pretty good boost here. I know current world record holder boost off the left side of that second arch. Too late on the dismount. All right. Damn. That was rough. Okay, both of those were slower because I was like a frame or two off on the jump. This is kind of a bad boost, but I'll roll with it. Honestly, on runs where I get a bad boost, I should opt for the second arch boost just to start working that into runs and getting used to it. Hold on. There we go. Need to get that frame one. I also feel it's so much easier to commentate and talk while live doing a level like this that I can do like really well, or rather that I know really well specifically. Like, it's so much easier for me to just yap. I have to think less about what I'm doing, think less about strats because I already know the strats. That might have been good. I think I had some decent movement on the ring, but I just got off of it way too late. Oh, I veered left a little bit too early there. Okay. Decent boost. Up, up, up. See my ghost, which means I'm relatively slow time. Dude, I could have made that jump way earlier too. Okay. No, that was too early. That was too early. I hit the same pathing that I hit on the few attempts where I felt like I could have made the jump earlier. And so I decided to go for the earlier dismount. Didn't work out. Ooh, this arch boost is going to be hard to hit. At least hard to hit without any practice. Okay, this is a bad boost. I'm going to go for the second arch boost again. Again, trying to just incorporate it into my runs. Maybe if I held space there so I could jump frame one afterwards. Because I still had some momentum going into that. Okay, that was a bit slower than PB. I just had bad movement there. Bit of a bad boost. Gonna go for the second. Maybe with better pathing. I maintained some pretty good momentum there. Maybe I just need to opt for better pathing. And by pathing, I mean specifically where I'm aiming my mouse. For some reason, I use pathing as kind of just a catch-all term. Oh, that could have been it. That could have been it. Okay. For context, in case anybody wasn't here earlier in the stream, I hit a sub 18 on this level, but I'm trying to get my time even better. And that's not going to cut it. Okay. We're behind my ghost. Perfect time to practice second arch boost. Go for it. Ooh, okay. That was almost it. I just need to figure out what I do after I hit it. Because whatever I tried doing did not work. Up we go. Up. Up. I keep cutting that a little bit too close, landing on that ledge. Alright. Hit that corner. Perfect. Wasn't a super great run, but I'll take it. I'm gonna go for the second boost. You know what? Okay, not even close. I had no momentum going into that. The hard part too about this second boost is I've only seen like brief clips from the world record runs on them hitting it. But I'm not entirely sure what they're doing. I just have to hope I hit it right. Alright, take care, Bricky. Thanks for dropping by. Hit this. No. Okay. Frame one jump. Let's go. Okay. I think the goal for the rest of this stream is beating Zillia's time on movement. We're gonna do it. Oh, nope. Needed just a little bit longer. Okay. I'm saying okay a little bit too much. I know I said that this level I can yap a little bit more on because I have to think less about the strats, but when I'm locked in, dude, I'm locked in. And so I end up just using a bunch of filler words instead of actually yapping. Damn it. If a coyote jumped there, I might have been able to salvage that, but probably still would have been slower. Okay, that one could have been good. Only problem was I was a little too scared to actually attempt it. I didn't know if I had enough speed going into that or not. Turns out I did. Okay. And also, if anything, I can always grind sacrifice for a better time too. I know the speedrun strat for that. Hit this. Jump. Coyote. Okay. Damn it. There we go. Decent boost. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, so hitting the coyote on the... This section coming up here, I don't know how to explain it. This section right here, off this platform, hitting the coyote here helps me get momentum faster on the ring, which means that I can go for the jump even earlier if I wanted to. At least that's what it feels like. That's what I'm going to attempt to do. Damn it. Also, you guys can't see because I haven't gotten around to drawing myself a VTuber model yet. But every single time I do that arch boost, I do this weird thing with my neck. And, like, it's unintentional. but it happens all the time. And I'm starting to get a crook in my neck from it. But because it's unintentional and I don't think about it, I'm never like in a mind space or cognizant enough to like stop it from happening. And it doesn't help that I already have a knot in my neck from sleeping wrong. So it's like, my neck is like really sore. All right. Get in here. Pop. Pop. I veered left a little too early there. So I missed the platform entirely. All right. Go up. Okay, I just need to focus. I don't know how my PB keeps doing that. I need to watch back the stream, figure out what the hell I did here. Because my PB always overtakes me right here. And I'm not sure exactly what it is that I did. Okay. I think I took a better line right after that wooden plank like incline that you have to go up. I think I took a better line from there into that second jump. Right here. That was not a bad run. Okay. Damn it. All right, here we go. Hit this a bit slower. Took a much better line here though. But that was like way slower than my PB. But that was a really good right here. This perfect. No, I think I'm hitting the wrong part of the level trigger too. I need to be aiming a little bit further left on that level trigger. But that was a really good run. I just needed to lock in a little bit harder for the end of it. Okay. Bit of a bad boost. I don't know how to hit that properly. So I can get that boost off the second arch. That's not the problem. My issue is how to hit everything after that. Because I feel like I jump up the ramp, but then I can't jump again for quite a while. Okay, I can see my ghost. I'm gonna go for the second boost again. That was kind of it. It felt a little bit slow. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. $18.0. Not bad. Bit of a bad boost. Gonna go for the second boost again. So, I won't say I can consistently get that second boost, but every time I do get that boost, my issue is what follows after. Because notice how I did that jump and it felt like my jump was like incredibly delayed into the next part. That's the part I'm struggling with at the moment. Okay, we hit it here. Maybe I need to just start incorporating it into runs, even though I don't know what to do. Okay, that time I should have gone earlier for the dismount. I had enough momentum for it. Bit of a bad boost. We're going for the second one again. Like, see, right there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe aim a little bit more to the right. Try and do something with the box on the right. You know what? This is a good boost. I'm going to go for the second boost again. Okay. Not quite what I need to do. Yeah. All right. I held space for too long. That was my bad. I mean, all of it is my bad. This is a single player game, so. All right, boost. Go for the second one. Oh. Maybe aim, again, maybe aim for the right where that kind of box is. I'll try for it. I feel like I have too much forward momentum and not enough upwards momentum. Oh. That would have been it. Okay. I don't know what exactly I did there. I'm probably going to go back in stream real quick and clip that. Oh, I should have gone for the boost. Because that was it right there. Whatever I landed there. Because if you saw, I was behind the ghost. And then I made up all that time. And I just need to work on being able to... Damn it. I need to work on being able to, like, integrate it into the rest of my run. At this point, I need to stop resetting over here and start aiming and mostly only resetting off of this boost. Just to, again, build up muscle memory and learn how to do it properly. Okay. Too early on the jump there, so I ended up bonking. Damn. All right, here we go. Too early on the jump there. Maybe veer right, jump left, and then veer right again. Aw. That, not terrible. I just need to, again, aim for a better execution after I land the boost. Okay, I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give it a few more attempts on my own. And then we are going to pull up the world record and see how they land this. Try and dissect where they jump and how they do it afterwards. That right there, I didn't even hit the arch. Okay. Ooh, really good first boost. I think I need to be further right there. Okay, give me one moment. I'm gonna open up Firefox, or Zen browser rather. Neon white movement world record. Speedrun.com. Not guides, resources, IL world record sheet. Visit link. Rebirth. Movement. Open it up in YouTube. Full screen this. Oh, you guys were able to hear that for a little bit. And let me go ahead and move this over to... Now that is the wrong one. Here we go. This one. This browser. Do that real quick to fix the scene. All right. And I also need to mute the game. Give me one moment. Is there an easy way to do it here? Applications. There we go. All right. Let me lower the volume just a tad. It looks kind of loud on stream. Ooh, they get so much speed on that. Okay. I'm gonna bring this down to 0.5 speed. You know what? I'm gonna take this down to 2.5 speed. Okay, so they go around the corner. They jump. Oh, oh. Okay. So let me explain why I'm reacting this way. So far, every time I've gone for this jump, rather than jumping, hitting this arch, swinging out this way, I would be in here, look this way, hit this arch, and then look this way. But this guy hits it here, bonks there. This lines him up really well with this, and they're just holding space this entire time. Do they? It looks like they might coyote jump off of this, but I'm not 100% sure if this is a coyote jump or not. Damn. Okay. Okay, just so that we get to watch this thing in its full glory, in case you've never seen this, let's go ahead and do this. Watch it from the top. Insane speed. They get insane speed on that. And dude, their ring movement is crazy. That's all they need, and they have all their speed. Okay. Let me watch this. So they go here, right in there, jump. That is absolutely wild. Okay. Let me go ahead, move us back over to neon white. And then I need to unmute the game. Oh, and do the quick transition. Again, I don't know why it does that sometimes. It just does. Okay. They kind of do a little twirly thing over here that I'm gonna go for. So they come in here like this, do a little twirl. I think I see what they're hitting, and what they're doing is you're holding forward. The little twirl gets you onto the inside of that arch. And the angle of the arch is what gives you all that momentum boost when you walk into it. I mean, it's slower than what I hit, but I still got something of a boost there. That right there could have been it if I was a little more to the right. I'm gonna just aim for my standard boost off of this into their strat for this. Even though that was like slow, you saw me making a time on my ghost. So I think I can hit this way better. Yeah. Oh no, that was it too. I had the perfect second boost. Okay. When I hit this, it I hope it's a, and I forgot to go for the boost. When I hit this, I hope it's a better PB than Zillia's. Because I know he is going to grind the hell out of it when he gets on. Okay. I wonder if part of the problem is if you gain a little too much speed off of the second boost. Damn it. All right. I'm surprised I was able to be hitting that thing so consistently without messing up like that. Ooh, ooh. Insane speed here. But my ring movement was atrocious. Let's try hitting this again. The way I judge speed. Oh, damn it. I thought that was it. I thought that was it for sure. The way I judge the speed at which I come out of these things is actually based off of these insight markers. Based on how close I am to them is how I kind of get like a relative idea of how fast I'm going. Or like how much of a boost I get off of these boosts. I think is, oh, I should word that. Like this right here, I'm decently close to it. That's how you know you got like a pretty decent speed boost. This one, as you saw, I was really far away from it. That's how you know I messed up the speed boost. And this right here is okay. The closer you are to the insight marker, it just kind of lets you know. It's a good way of judging how well you're doing on these boosts. Like I fairly consistently get about this speed from this first boost. And now I'm like consistently messing up this second arch. And like hitting the initial bump onto it. Like right there, I'm jumping a little bit too late, so I'm hitting the inside of the little structure as opposed to the arch itself. Like that right there, you saw how I was inside the insight. Oh, crap. I had it. I just needed to actually capitalize on it. Yeah. Hello. All right. We go again. Yep. Decent boost. Do a little swerve to avoid this guy. I have no clue what that was, but somehow I still almost made the speed back up. So maybe backtrack. And I did not mean to jump there. But come on now. There we go. Decent speed boost. Go for the little whirl. Not quite. Yep. Okay. This is pretty decent right here. Nope. Damn. Let's go. That was insane speed coming out of there. And I just didn't execute properly. Also, I forgot to change movement 17.8 grind. Honestly, I've decided this is what stream is going to be today. We are just grinding movement today. All right. We're grinding for the... Yep. Okay. I just need to get better ring movement, because even when I land the second boost, my ring movement is just atrocious. still slightly ahead of my PB. Oh. All right. Also, this past like week and a half has been the most I've talked in a long time due to stream and everything. So right now my voice is like a little bit hoarse. I should probably be drinking like some tea after streams. But yeah, I should probably be drinking some tea. I have a bunch of local honey too. Add that in there. Good for your voice and stuff. Fuck, I could have hit that coyote jump. I just didn't go for it. Alright, do a little twirly. Alright, I'll be honest, I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming for, but I am like dedicated to hitting... I'm dedicated to beating Zillia's PB today. To me, it doesn't necessarily matter whether or not I beat his other PBs at the moment, but this one in particular, considering I'm the one that got him into Neon White, like I feel like I gotta have this PB over him. You saw all the PBs I took from him yesterday, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna take the important one from Axiom. 17.885. Let's go. I got the amethyst. Dude, at this point, I'm like too tired. I can't even pop off. Like, like, don't get me wrong. I'm excited for it and everything, but I know I can do better. I know I could do better. But also, Zillia is gonna freak. He's gonna see this and he's going to freak. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna take a screen cap real quick so I can send it to him. I'll let you guys know what he reacts with. I think he's at work right now, so he's gonna see the screen cap and he's gonna be like, yeah. He has to save, what is that? 0.055. 0.055 if he wants to take it. All right. Which, okay, hold on. Holy crap, I just realized. Wait, this is an amethyst. This isn't even emerald. How did I not realize that? Oh, wow. Okay. I'm kind of in the zone, too. I just need to get... Oh, okay. Zillia just responded. He said, guess it's a race to rank 1, then. Fuck me. I mean, I'm down, but... That's a hard time to get. That's a very hard time to get. Okay. Okay, I know for a fact I can get better burst boost here. This one's pretty crappy. This one's not great either. Do a little... Nope. Also, I need to change the stream title again. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. Let me go into stream title, aiming for 17.7x on movement. Then over here, movement grind, I need to change to edit stream info. 17.7x on movement today. There. And with that, back there, and we are good to go. Let me hit transition there. All right, we can hit this. I just have to get consistent with getting a much bigger speed boost here. So the big areas of improvement, get a massive speed boost here, and then I also need to get better at avoiding this corner, and then hitting the second arch boost. Okay, there's a lot of areas for improvement, is what I'm trying to say here. Avoid that corner, hit the boost, not like that. Ideally, you hit it, and you know you actually hit it, not just like fake hit it. I don't know what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is, if you hit it, make sure you execute properly afterwards. It's just that when I'm locked in, my brain kind of goes monkey for a little bit. Ooh. But we run that back. All right, the little twirl. Avoid that. Yes. Yeah. Not quite as fast as PB. That could have booked a little bit longer on the water there. I need to figure out a consistent strat for hitting better speed boosts off this right here. I'm doing a little bit of a twirl, and it seems to consistently get me about this. But I think I could dial that in a bit more. Ooh. There we go. It's about the same. A little quick. Nope. Maybe I need to come up with like a visual cue for laying this jump instead of just like doing it on the fly. Like so far, all my timing for everything is just on the fly. And I probably need to come up. I probably need to come up with a visual cue for all of this to make sure. Because when it's just timing like this, if your internal clock gets like even a little bit messed up, you're stuck repeating the same thing over and over and over again because you keep making the same mistake. If at least there's a visual cue that you're following, you have something relative that you can use to help stabilize your consistency. The hard part is that I'm moving so fast that it's hard to figure out how to get this back. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me rewind a little bit. I'm moving so fast it's hard to see and figure something out like that. There's a lot of times I end up saying something while I'm in the middle of a run and realizing, wait, that's not what I was trying to say at all. Okay. I'm starting to get a little bit of a hand cramp right now. In my right arm. From the mouse. I'm gonna give it a few more attempts and then I'm gonna go to like a quick water break. Damn it. I keep making the same mistakes over and over. It's like the definition of insanity. I need to jump earlier. Okay. I had to like force myself to jump in earlier. I've been kind of autopiloting for a little bit. So it's a matter of... There we go. See, the minute I am like trying to be cognizant about it, bam, I hit it. Okay. We have the 17.8. I'm just either trying to A, lower it, or B, try to hit 17.7. No, not even close. Ah, damn. That movement right there is really going to be the bane of my runs. So let's try this again. Oop, there we go. But still practice. Never mind. Not practicing the ring movement. There we go. Hit that. That's a really good boost. Hold on. Damn it. Okay. I hit this. Never mind. I was gonna say I hit that really well on that last run. Not quite as good of a boost, but yeah, that time was too early. Okay. Damn it. I think that was too late. I think when it seems like I hit the first part of the boost right, and then I bonk on the second, I think that means I was too late on it. At that time, I just didn't even execute properly. Let's hit that. Slow boost, I'm gonna still do it because the main thing I need practice on is that right there. That was definitely too late. I didn't even hit the first part of the arch, and that's how you know. Way too late. Okay. Now this is a good boost. Do a little swerve. I just realized the reason why world record does that swerve is twofold. You avoid this corner right here, but it also puts, hold on. It puts you in prime position so that when you're jumping into that second arch, you're doing it from the left side moving right. So you're hitting like a good angle on it. Ooh, that might have been great. I just messed up. Okay, do a little swerve. Damn it. I'm getting so close. But this is such a hard strat to kind of nail. At least to get consistent. I feel like it's not terrible once you have everything down and you can get it consistent. But at the moment, I mean, this is my first day actually trying to nail this strat in runs. So. Damn, okay, hold on. Landed a second, 17.8 today. Whew, okay. If I can start landing these consistently, we're golden. Not too great of a boost, but we're going for it. That was way too slow. Hold on. Damn. 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 Starting to lose a little bit of consistency. Yeah, dude, I've been going for the second arch boost because I felt like that's really the only place I could start getting the time save. Yeah, no, I hit it. I hit it. I also sent the screenshot to Zilia while he was at work, and he said the fight is on. We're taking it to rank 1. He's not gonna give up until either of us has rank 1, and even then, he's probably still not gonna give up. The thing about Zilia is he's probably the most competitive out of all of my friends. So he's like either the worst or the best person to get into like a competition with, depending on your viewpoint. But as you can see, I hit the second boost there, but didn't execute well enough. Swerve here. Damn it. Yeah, Zilia is the one friend who still plays Overwatch competitively. I think he's the one out of like everybody in my friend group that probably got the highest ranked in any ranked game that he plays. Well, I mean, Uncle Sam also plays for like collegiate esports teams. So I don't know if that's, I guess it depends on how you want to consider competitive. Like, do you consider ladder competitive? Do you consider both competitive? It just depends. Ooh. All right, swerve, jump. Oh, hold on. This right here is the run. Nope, fuck, messed up the ring. Damn, that second boost was so good though. If I could hit that again. Ah, damn. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I might be going for an endurance stream today. I might be going until I can hit that 17.7. Who knows? Maybe I'll even change it and I'll aim for Sapphire. What is Sapphire? 17.69. Sure. Yeah, I'll make that the goal today's stream. Ooh. Hey, Jupin, thanks for the follow. Damn it. I think I saw you live earlier in the directory before I went live. Wait, no. Was it you? I might have. Yes. Yeah, I remember Zilly and I were actually talking about it yesterday, which is why I recognized the name. I just don't remember whether or not I saw him live earlier this morning before I went live. There's a few people that I saw in the Neon White directory that I'm like, okay, if they're still live when I go offline, I'll post them or raid them. All right. But I feel like I've gotten this first one pretty consistent. This is what Neon White was made for? Yeah, no, I feel it. I think this level is what got all of my friends hooked. I was like the first one to get Neon White because I saw Alpharad's video on it like 2 years ago, I want to say. Or whatever time that video came out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll try it. So I got it. And I'm like, wait, shit, I need my friends to get into this too. This is going to be sick. Got a few of them in. They played this level for the first time, saw my time, they're like, hold on, we're not done. And it just kept happening every time a new friend got Neon White. They saw the times on this level, like, no, I gotta beat all of that. So one of them is currently dead set on taking the race for who has the best PB to rank 1. I just beat him like 20 minutes ago. And so I sent him a DM with my new time. And he told me the fight's on. Granted, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get consistent enough to hit anywhere close to that. But, I mean, this is the guy that's competitive enough to do it. I think my main motivation for trying to be better than him on all these levels is just because I'm the one that introduced him to the game. So I feel like, you know, I should make sure that I have a faster time than him. That's my main motivation. Ooh. Fuck. Decent boost here. I will say the thing that I have over him is that I can grind while he's at work, since I'm on call. But he works 40 hours a week, so... I mean, whether or not you want to consider that a good thing is highly subjective. Personally, it would be nice to have more work hours, but... it means I get to do stuff like this. Well, you can't. Fuck. Okay, I have a question. Since you're the world record holder and I saw your run, you kind of do that. You come at it from this angle here. Is there a specific reason for why you do so? Like, are you able to more consistently get a boost off of it like this? Or is there another reason why you do it? Okay. Okay, gotcha. Fuck. I will say the hard part about trying to do this is it feels like I get the arch boosts a little bit less consistent. Oh, hold on. Maybe I need to swing out a little further to the left then. That was a little bit too much to the left. Okay. Fuck. At this point, I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, shit. Not quite. Yeah, now I don't even know what my standard strat was. Ooh, okay. I think I just hit it there. It seems pretty fast. But the hard part about trying to incorporate this as a new strat is the fact that I don't even have the second arch boost down, so I just started incorporating that like 30 minutes ago. So now I have like 2 new strats that I'm working on at the same time. And it means that I'm going to see even less completions because of it. Yeah, I feel like my second arch is like really bad. Fuck. I think normally, yeah, I rotate counterclockwise. Sure, I'll take that. I also tried to, I was watching your world record earlier, and I was trying to imitate what you do here with this little swerve, and I feel like it makes that section way more consistent. You're jumping in like a straight line through it, but what you want to do is turn slightly right at the start, so you jump into the curved part of the arch and then turn left in the... Got it. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. I think I see what you mean, and it's just a matter of actually hitting it properly. Because now I have to like completely retrain my muscle memory. Though I don't know if you're talking about this one or the other one. Fuck. Second, okay. Okay, so something kind of like that then. I just have to do it better. Slightly behind the ghost. Should be fine. Fuck. I feel like I'm swerving back right a little too soon. Fuck. Keep doing that. Yeah. And that time I did the straight line again. Wait a second. Oh. You don't think you swerve right? You think you just enter the tunnel diagonally? I'll try that. I mean, I could also just pull up the world record and check. Which I'll probably end up doing just because it helps to have a visual reference for how things should look. I'm thinking every time I make the jump and it feels like I hit the first part of the arch and then I bonk on the second, like that right there. I'm assuming that's because I'm jumping a little too late. But I'm not like 100% sure. Okay. Fuck. I think I kind of hit it there, and then I ran into the issue that I usually run into, where you can't jump soon enough afterward. Didn't even get the water boost. Right. Yeah. Okay. So that was all right. Well, I need to stop resetting there because I still need to practice my movement on the ring up there. Okay, what you said about entering the tunnel diagonally and then swerving left, I feel like makes that more consistent. At least for me. Until I do something like that. Fuck. Too early. Fuck. Too late. What is this? Is this the world record? $17.68. Oh, okay. This isn't Jupin's run, but it's a Sapphire attempt. Got it. Okay, hold on. Let me put this on stream because there's something I feel like I need to analyze. Let me swap over to... Where are you? Here we go. So, I feel like... Let me pull up speedrun.com. Neon white. Yeah, you. Resources. Adult world record sheet. Visit link. Rebirth. Pull up you. So, while watching this, I have to slow this down just a tad to really know for sure. I can't tell if... Okay, so they do hit the inside of the arch right here. They just jump later than I do. Or, actually, I don't know. I'm moving fast enough where I can't tell. Damn. Okay, but they hit the middle of that arch. How does he do it here? Okay, he hits the boost there. Swerve. Okay, he does... Okay. Let me slow this down. Okay, so he hits right here and then right there. All right. Also, I just realized my overlay messed up again. Ha. Huh. Let's go ahead and do this again. I should be going for the water boost. Okay, that was almost it. I just need to make sure I come out at the proper angle and go up the plank at the proper angle. But you know what? Go for the boost. That felt pretty good, not gonna lie. Okay, so when I hit the jump like that and I bonk onto the second part of the arch, it's because I don't hit my head on the first part of the arch. So it is what I'm thinking, and it is me jumping too late. Fuck, I thought that might have been it. But, you know, maybe he was right. Maybe I should veer hard right first. If I do something like a clockwise motion, that might get it more consistent. But unless I do that. Jump into it right and then veer left is what you normally do? Oh, okay, yeah. Something like that, just maybe a little bit less dramatic. Okay, that makes that first part more consistent. Okay. Yep. And then it's just a matter of nailing, getting on top of the wooden part. So 17.998 isn't bad. And if I just grind out these strats a little bit more, I could probably get better. Normally when I overshoot the planks, it's because I didn't go left enough or just got unlucky. Okay. Okay, so something like that, but I think that was a little bit too left. Fuck. Let's try this again. Again, a little bit too left there. I think I need to be quicker on moving back to the right after going to the left. But not bad. Nope. Damn. Fuck. Also, you know that their grind is good when it's been 3 hours and it feels like it's only been 30 minutes. Also, this particular level, I don't know why. I could grind this level forever and probably not get bored. Okay. Not the fastest, but it's all right. And it's just getting that ring movement down afterward. But still, making progress. I just need to get consistent about it. Okay, overshot the planks again. So maybe go a little harder to the left. But yeah, like I know me, Zilia, and Uncle Sam, like 3 a.m. Like we'll be playing Repo for quite a bit of the evening, and then like 11 o'clock, all of our other friends get off. And it's just like, well, what are we gonna do now? We still want to play something. Like, okay, Neon White time. And then we spend like 4 hours until like 3 a.m. grinding. Specifically this level, Uncle Sam grinds Pummel. He has a really sick time on Pummel. He has a 6 point something. I don't quite remember what it is. But he's top 600-700 on Pummel. Now keep in mind, both Zilia and Uncle Sam are like pretty dang new to the game. Zilia, I think, might have just hit 20 hours. Uncle Sam, I'm pretty sure, is only at 10. Fuck. I need to go harder to the right, jump a little bit earlier. Starting to get consistent with getting a big speed boost off of that, though. Damn it. I need to... I keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. Huh. I also started to stream early today because I'm like, do I really want to wait until 10 a.m. my time until I start stream? Or do I want to just get straight into the grind? Honestly, I might just move up my entire schedule by like an hour. Ooh, okay, kind of clean with it. I think if I wasn't scared, I might have been able to go for the bench instead of moving to the right of the bench. Strafing might have slowed me down enough to not get the PB, but that was still a pretty good time. You have just over 80. Hold on, I can't read that message yet. You have just over 80 and feel like I've made way more improvements than you have. To be fair, I've had everybody hopping in chat giving me tips for like half of my playtime. Like, I have a little bit more than Zillia and Uncle Sam. I'm sitting at 30 hours as of this morning. But the big thing is I've been streaming it, so I've been getting a ton of tips from all of you guys. And then I go back and I relay all my tips to Uncle Sam and Zillia, and so it's like an entire community effort. It's not like... Fuck. But I think you get what I'm trying to say. I think it also helps that all three of us have like a background in something that is relatively competitive. For Zillia, he's like, I think he's Grandmaster in Overwatch. For Uncle Sam, he plays R6 esports at the collegiate level. So it's like, and then for me, I come from speedrunning, as I mentioned, I think yesterday. Super Mario 64, Super Mario Bros. 1, Mega Man X, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. So like, yeah. I mean, also on top of that, like, I don't exactly have the most social of lives. So me being able to sit down and grind out a single game for 6 hours a day is something that I have the luxury of being able to do with my job schedule and everything. Which I feel not everybody will have that. This is insane pace. But that's pretty good. Again, it's just a matter of once I hit everything, I have to nail my execution on that ring. Okay, yeah, that one I was 100% too far right, and I'm starting to get what he was talking about when it comes to that. Ooh, there we go. I will say, you know, it's a good night when it's, you got a group of like 6 friends, you're all playing Repo, everybody's drinking, and then you're like into your second bottle of soju, and they are like, we hopping on Neon White. It's like, okay, that's when you know you're in for the long haul. But yeah, dude, soju. I used to be the kind of person, I wasn't into drinking like at all. So even when I came of age, I never really drank. And then I tried soju for the first time. I'm like, okay, this is something I can get behind. I think for me, it's just particularly off-putting. I don't like the flavor of most, of basically anything that isn't a distilled spirit. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, the thing that benefits me is I'm like 250 pounds, so it's like, it will get me less fucked up than some other people. But I mean, like, if I haven't had anything to eat all day, which is a fairly common occurrence for me, it's even something that normally wouldn't get me all messed up, it will still affect me. There's this one time I went, this was actually really recently, this was like 3 weeks ago. One of my aunts had a birthday, and her drink of choice is a lemon drop. And so I get there having not eaten anything, and it was like in the evening, and they made me a lemon drop, which was like, I think 2 shots of vodka and a shot of triple sec. And I had that on an empty stomach, and I was feeling it all night long. Okay. I could get cleaner with that ending there. But even if I hit something that's a little bit slow on that second arch boost, I'm just gonna continue the run to try and tidy up that ending. All right. Ooh. Okay, I think I should have gone a little bit more left. But I missed the coyote jump. Sometimes I can't tell if I miss it because I mistime the jump, or I miss it because I don't scroll enough on the wheel. Because usually I do like a pretty long wheel scroll for the jump, but then other times I kind of mess it up. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that was too far to the right, but it's fine. Let's practice this. Okay, I could even exited that earlier too. I came out of that a little bit too straight. But I need to go harder to the left. Maybe that's one of the things I need to do. Either increase the DPI on my mouse, my sensitivity, or just move my arm way more when going for this. I might opt for increasing sense specifically for this game because I just don't make like super broad arm movements. It feels super natural to do. Let me try that out real quick. Controls. Sensitivity. Let's ramp it up to 1.0. Oh gosh. Now this is crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna have to retune my muscle memory for this. Fuck. Not the greatest, but I'll take it. Okay, I need to come in at a little bit more of a diagonal for it. But now I'm starting to jump a little bit too early. Not the best, but I'll continue with it. Ooh. Also, one of my favorite things about soju is it's really nice to mix with other stuff. Something that a friend recently put me on was the peach soju with the watermelon Arizona teas, and that was fire. I think out of I've only tried 3 of the soju flavors. I've tried apple, I've tried peach, and I've tried strawberry. Gotta say, not a fan of strawberry. Like, it's alright, but I'm not the biggest fan of the strawberry flavor. I don't know what it is about it. It's just a little bit off-putting. Peach goes really hard, though. Peach is already one of my favorite flavors. I have, like, 2 or 3 different peach-flavored GamerSupps flavors, so it's like, peach goes hard. And then apple was really good. Like, strawberry soju, I might want to mix into like a strawberry daiquiri. But peach soju, I'll have on its own. But I need to start jumping earlier. I need to stop doing the same thing over and over again. They sell a plum and yogurt flavor near you. Ooh. I had a friend telling me about I don't know if you've seen those drinks. I think they're a Japanese drink. Kopiko or something? No, Kopiko is the coffee. Calpico, I think is what it's called. And he said that he found that mixed with soju, and that was really good. Damn it, I am making the same mistake over and over again. Let me just lock in for a little bit. But yeah, plum could go hard. I had I want to say Japanese plum wine. That was really good. Ooh. Okay, let's get... Fuck, that was too early. When I tell myself I need to jump early, I do too early. When I tell myself I need to jump later, I do it too late. It's hard to get it just right. Damn it. Maybe I'll try and, like, get at it more from the right. That was not clean in the slightest, but might as well wrap this one up. Sure. This is gonna be slow. Yeah, slow. Got a good boost though, so I made up the time. But also a really interesting drink that I tried for the first time, relatively recently. I want to say like 2 months ago, was a tequila bee sting. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of tequila, but that thing was pretty nice. It was a shot of tequila with honey syrup, lemon juice, sliced of jalapeno. I'm trying to remember, was there anything else in there? No, that was about it. It was a really nice combination of flavors. I'm just not the biggest fan of tequila, the flavor of tequila. Oh, tequila is your favorite liquor? See, I haven't tried... It might just be the kind of tequila that I had that I wasn't a fan of. Because it was just, like, Members Mark tequila, which I've not heard the best things about. Needed to go a little bit further left there. You always get a new fifth for your birthday. For my birthday, everybody knows to just get a bunch of soju. Since that's my go-to. I always have at least a bottle of it in the fridge. I go through soju much more than I do my vodka and other stuff. But that's probably just because I don't drink often, like maybe once a month. Like, I'm already a shut-in. Shut-in isn't the right word for it. I'm already like a pretty asocial person. And so for me, drinking alone just does not sound like a good time. It sounds like how you get to a dark place really, really quickly. So I always prefer just doing it with friends. But the hard part is that most of my friend group is like scattered across like the state and the country. So we don't get together too often. Damn it. I was starting to get pretty consistent at that. Trying to just lock that in and then work on the movement after the boost. Right here. Ooh. See, that was mostly clean. I bonked a little bit, but that was alright. You're a professional alcoholic and you always drink alone? I mean, I've started to like open up like a little bit more in regards to that. Just because I feel like I've been in a much better mental state recently. So I'm a little bit more open to it. But it's still the kind of thing of, if I feel like I'm not in a good spot mentally, I'm not gonna start drinking. I already have a bad gotcha habit. I don't need to add drinking on top of it. Fuck. Alright. There we go. Sure. I'll take this. Not quite the quickest. There we go. I'm taking the slow runs, even if they might not PB. Again, just because I'm trying to make sure I lock in muscle memory for like the entire run and not just that particular section. Okay. There we go. Nice. I need to veer a little harder left there. Ooh, okay. Now the thing I need to figure out is Jupin got an insane amount of momentum on that ring. In like such a short amount of time, and it feels like when I take the same amount of time that he did, I have nowhere near enough to actually clear the jump, let alone make it on top of the bench. Fuck. I know that in the world record, he jumped into the finish. But I personally don't know if that makes a difference or not. Okay. $17.9. Hey, that's a sub 18. I'll take it. I mean, I could just start jumping into it at the end. Just to emulate how he did the world record. But yeah. I mean, if I wanted to like really emulate the world record, I'd have to hit the bench jump, which that's the hard part. Oh, so it is faster to jump. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Alright, if I have any questions, I'll make sure to type it in chat then. But see, I'm starting to hit that second boost pretty consistently, and I just need to dial in my ring movement. And of course, when I say that is when I mess up the boost. That's fine, I can work on... Never mind, I can't work on the movement. Jump just in case you get stuck on the bench. Ah, got it. Damn. Fuck, too early. But I feel like that was a pretty good angle to come in at it with. Damn it. There we go. Ah, too early. You know, the fact that we're approaching hour 4, it still doesn't feel like it's been that long is crazy to me. Like, I've been locked into grinds before. I don't think I've ever been this locked in. Ooh. Okay. Damn it. Too early again. But. Alright. Make that. Take it. But it could always be improved. I feel like if I hit it like that, it feels like I come out of it faster. So I wonder if I have to go in that deep to get the above water boost. But also, the harder I veer into those stairs and I take that angle like that, the easier it is to hit the proper angle on this arch boost, I think. Ooh, a little too much to the left, but I came out of that with good speed. If it makes me any more consistent, I will gladly make this a little bit deeper. Pause. Damn it, too early. It's just so hard when I'm on the ring and I see my ghost like that, and I know that it's faster than me. But I still try beating it just by a little bit. Clean. 17.92. Okay. Starting to approach my PB. Even if I don't hit 17.7, as long as I'm PBing, I'm happy with it. Damn it, missed the coyote jump. Went for it a little too early. There we go. That's a good first boost. Maybe I do need to start, now that I'm starting to get this second boost more consistent, I do need to start incorporating the above water boost off of that glass piece. I jumped way too early there. Because that might just eke out the little bit of extra speed that I need to PB. Ugh. Not quite here, but that's fine. Damn it. Oof. That bonk really made me lose momentum there. Also, again, you can't see it because I haven't gotten around to drawing myself a VTuber model. But every single time I'm doing any of these arch boosts, I'm like cranking my neck in such a weird way. And it's like involuntary. I don't mean to do it. It just happens. But like, my god, is my neck sore. Been like this since I started streaming last Tuesday. And it's because every single time I grind this level and I keep doing the same thing over and over again. I keep trying to stop it, but it's like, I can't. I wasn't expecting to hit the jump there. Not the jump, but the boost there. So I didn't even have my finger on space for the jump. 18.266. Relatively slow. That time I didn't even get the speed. I think I need to take a better line if I'm trying to go for this. Ooh, okay, I hit the boost there. That is a significant speed boost. Fuck. Sweet. You do the same thing? Yeah, dude. It's bad. To be fair, I think part of my problem it's exacerbated by the fact that I woke up because one morning having slept on the wrong side of the bed, so I already woke up with a crook in my neck, and then I did the stream and I kept doing it over and over again, and so now it's just like it's sore. It's just like a knot. Yeah, if I'm rotating, if I'm trying to move the mouse left, I'll move my body left. If I'm trying to move the mouse right, my body will go right. It's like that thing when you're playing a racing game and you feel like it helps you go faster. Damn it. No longer hitting this consistently. Okay, I feel like if I need to take a break, I'm gonna go and do sacrifice for a little bit. I don't feel like I need to take a break just yet. Okay, I might need to take a break just yet. I don't want to take a break is my issue, but with how inconsistent I'm being right now, I might need the slight break from movement just for that. Like, I'm already not doing everything I should be doing to get all the speed I need to get. Like the boost off the stairs. All right. I'm gonna give it a few more good attempts, but I feel like it might be time to swap for a little bit. Okay. But then again, swapping is kind of quitter's talk. Because what if, you know, gambler's fallacy and all that. If I take a break from this here and I PB on sacrifice, could the luck that went into that PB have gone into PBing on movement? A bit philosophical, I suppose, but damn. I don't think that's how it works either, but I mean, there are other factors that come into play that will probably affect it. Like, you know, if I go PB on sacrifice and come back here, I'm going to be more worn down than if I just continued on movement. Especially depending on how long it'll take me to PB on sacrifice and all that. So it's like, it's hyperbolic for sure. But it's also just funnier to believe that, yes, that is how luck works. All right. Now I feel like I'm missing up my mouse movement. I feel like I'm not doing it properly anymore. Ooh. But to be fair, it also feels like my hand is going to cramp soon. So it might be time to move on to sacrifice. Despite all my talk about it being quitter talk and everything. And it's not like I'm claw gripping my mouse either. I am a firm palm gripper. But man. I mean, it might also just be time to put my desk into standing mode and... because I've been sitting for, what is this, almost 4 hours straight now? And I am definitely feeling it. Yeah. Yeah, I do already have the record on Zilia. But I already know he's coming back from work, and the first thing he's doing is hopping on and trying to beat my record. So it's like, it ain't safe, even though I have it right now. It ain't safe. Though, to be fair, I don't know if he knows that he needs to start incorporating the second boost. So who knows? When he hops on, I'll definitely tell him that he needs to start working on that. I also need to explain about the speed boost from the glass in the beginning. Fuck. Damn. I also don't know, like, for all my talk about me messing up my mouse movement, how much of that is fatigue, how much of that is the fact that I changed my sensitivity in-game. Because I'm willing to bet a sizable part of the problem is most definitely sensitivity. And trying to adjust to it. Fuck. Oop. Alley-oop. Damn it. I need to go harder to the left. And this is one of those things where, do I go and amp up my sensitivity even more? Or do I just get used to broader arm movements? I am very much a wrist mouse user and not an arm mouse user, which does become a little bit of an issue because I also am a wrist drawer and not an arm drawer, which usually leads to more inconsistent line art. So not the best thing to be doing. But it's like, it's so much more comfy to be using my wrist than it is to be using my arm, just because I'm not used to doing that. You were a wrist-aimer for so long. It's a hard habit to break. Like, I've tried breaking it before, because I know it does lead to A, more consistency, but also B, better overall joint health. But maybe, I think part of my problem too is I don't use my mouse all that much, like realistically speaking, when it comes to computer shit. Most of the time I'm using my keyboard. Like, I have my entire setup in such a way where even when I'm working on just like software development, I only ever use the keyboard. So it's like, it's also to the point where I'm just kind of lazy on picking up new mouse habits. But I mean, overall, especially if I'm grinding this game and like other mouse and keyboard games, I would need to move to using arm aiming just for the health reasons. All right, let me take a hydrate break because I haven't hydrated at all. There we go. Oh. There we go. Hit that. Damn it. I think part of my issue is I have my armrests pretty high up on my chair. And so I just want to keep my elbows on the armrest. And that leads to me being very lazy about actually moving the rest of my arm. So maybe I'm gonna do something that I find very uncomfortable, and I'll take away my armrests. Might as well force myself into the habit of moving my arm. Ooh. Damn it. Okay, I've also been on autopilot for a while. I think it's time for me to just lock in a little bit harder. Yeah. That was a good boost. So, Jupin said that he comes in, he either veers to the right and then turns towards the left, or he comes in at a diagonal and then turns towards the left while he's in the tunnel. So I keep using he, where I'm not sure. I should be using they. But, okay. Overshot it, which means we need to go a little bit more to the left. And I missed the coyote jump. Okay. I forget what I was in the middle of saying. I really lost my train of thought. So I either need to work on coming into the tunnel, this upcoming tunnel at diagonal, or remember to move my mouse way to the right. Like, I kind of have to make more exaggerated motions. Like, even if I'm wrist aiming, I can do it. I just need to be more exaggerated about it. There we go. Hit that. Slightly behind. Because part of my problem is, sure, I'm jumping early, but a lot of that can be actually mitigated if I turn to the right hard enough. Not quite like that. But I mean, it wasn't the slowest thing in the world. I think I actually ended up doing that jump a little bit earlier than my ghost does. Do I have to aim for like the very left edge of this thing? Okay, it feels like it, yeah. Okay. Again, overshot it. Okay. Hit the left edge. Not quite. Hit the left edge. Yep, there we go. Get that speed boost. Maybe have a more shallow right angle. A more shallow turn to the right off this section. And that kind of leads me into a better angle for that. And then I just need to work on the other part. Speed. No speed boost. Not this time. That's fine. Right now I'm trying to lock in this strat. There. See, if I take a more shallow angle for the stair boost, it's enough. Well, not it's enough. Again, it's so hard to talk while I'm trying to focus, but it helps when coming in for this strat. That is, of course, if I hit it. Not quite. I need to figure out where exactly you get this speed boost. There we go. So it's a little bit more to the right than I think, but not terribly far right. Okay. And now I just need to do it in such a way where I don't overshoot the plank, and I don't bonk onto that ledge. Here. Because when you look at the world record, they don't overshoot by much, if at all. So they do this, mess it up. But when they land in the world record, it looks like they land right here from the hop. So either I need a hop earlier, and that will get me to land right there, or I just need to work on the angle that I come out of that second arch with. A little bit more to the left, I think, on this one. Even more to the left. Jump ASAP? Alright. So possibly just hold jump then. Damn it. Right there? Yes, it is. Okay. Just need to remember that angle. Fuck. Okay, now I'm just resetting on this guy. Okay. Hit it? No, not quite. Okay, that was kind of clean with it. Not as fast as my PB, but still pretty good. Fuck. Like, I know I'm slower when I end up going for the above water speed boosts right there. I'm doing it because I'm gonna have to implement it into my route anyway. So it's not gonna help for my immediate PB, but it will help overall for just future PBs. And now we practice this. That was close. Need to get that a little bit better too. I will say the thing I actually really enjoy about learning this level is it feels like you know everything that you need to improve on. Oh, almost. All right. Nope. I think that one might have been too far to the right. Damn it. The hard part too is I don't want to stop stream because I know when I do later in the day, I'll get the itch to grind even more, and I'm going to grind more. And there's a very good chance that I hit it while off stream. The same way I hit my Godspeed PB off stream. And my previous movement PB. Alright. So I kind of just want to marathon until I hit the 17.7. Damn it. Come on now. Got a decent speed boost off of that one. I think I need to start moving to the left a little bit earlier than what I'm doing. Damn. I think the problem with that actually isn't when I veer left, it's actually when I do my jump. Yeah, that was way too late. Okay, might actually, all joking aside, might actually be time for me to take a break from this level and let just everything sink in. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I could always just record and post it in the stream. I mean, post it to YouTube. I think for now, my big thing is letting my right arm take a bit of a break. I'm gonna hydrate again. Okay. With that being said, oh damn, Dennis is 18.
Just let me go. Let me do this.
I think you have to hit that just right if this is the strat that I'm trying to hit for
Let me do this.
sacrifice. Damn it.
Just let me go.
I will say this is a pretty fun level to grind. Yeah, I think I need to hit that.
Let me go.
I just don't know if I want to go for this strat yet.
Let me do this.
I know I should, because it's fast, but... yeah, the problem being that
Just let me.
that's like the world record strat, right? Actually, I don't know if that's still the world record, but I'm gonna go for the slow strat. But I can't see where I'm supposed to be aiming.
Just let me.
I need to take that just a little bit slower. Readjust. It's been a little bit since I ran this level. I think that was too far to the left. Yep.
Just let me.
All right.
go. Let me do this.
Yeah, I did my my initial attempt on hitting this. I did it with the lower FOV. I just don't like lowering the FOV. Feels icky to play with.
Let me go. Let me.
Plus, I hit my current PB with my 90 FOV. Now that's just slow.
Just let me go. Let me do this. Just let
I want to get quicker than having to bounce on the balloon. So maybe slash the balloon instead of bouncing on it. But still grab the stomp. I actually don't know if I can grab the stomp and slash the balloon at the same time. I have to get closer.
let me do this.
Let's try this. Yeah, I have to get way closer than that.
Go. Let me do this.
There we go. Nope, nothing.
Just
All right.
let me go.
I will say this is a good way to relax
Do this.
the arm, though. I might be a little bit too high for this. I think I should be going lower.
Just let me go.
Like, I'm not 100% sure. Especially because I hit both my PBs, like, really quick. Damn it. That's a restart.
Let me go. Let me do this.
But yeah, I forget who it was that was telling me about this one. Might have been Kelly, but I'm not 100% sure. I think that was also too high. I need to be lower for that. Because what I'm seeing is there's the band here and then there's the golden thing up top. I think I need to be aiming to the left of the band and not the dome section of the building. Slow, but okay. Nope. All right.
Just let me go. Let me do this.
Oh, I forgot. I'm aiming for the balloon, not for the... Oh,
Let me go.
wait.
Let me do this.
Here we go. One of those is bound to hit, right? No. Okay. I think I'm gonna try and hit at least one sacrifice run before heading back to
Do this.
along the top of the gold band to the left
Just
an inch.
let me
Got it.
go. Let me do this.
Fuck.
Just let me go. Let me do this.
I need to be more to the left if I'm trying to do that.
Go. Let me do this.
I need to just pick a single strat for getting here and stick to it, because having to reset on anything that's not this. Okay. Not bad. 0.5 slower than my PB. Don't want to hit it again.
Just let
Sure,
me,
I'll hit it one more time before returning to movement.
let me do this.
Okay. Right around there. Nope.
Just let me go. Let me do this.
Jump. Oh, frick.
Let me go. Let me do this.
I could also coyote jump this. Probably make it a little bit more consistent. Might have been too low right there. Oh yeah, you said along the top of the gold band.
Go.
So yeah, that was too low.
Let me do this.
Alright, come in here, coyote jump. Okay.
Just let me go. Let me do this.
How long on average does it take people to hit a run here on Sacrifice? Gotta be faster than that.
Just let me go.
Because I'm sitting at 1 completed out of nearly 30 attempts. To me, that feels pretty slow. Fuck.
Just
Once every 20-25 attempts if you're trying to get fastish. Got it.
let me do this.
To be fair, a lot of my attempts were also failed due to trying to get here quick. Yep, there we go. That was really close to a PB. Not bad. Alright. But I am going back to movement. Let's see if this was enough of a break. Okay, hit the speed boost. So that's nice. Not quite enough to nail it first try, but that's fine. Didn't hit the speed boost. Try and tighten this up a little bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, falling off the stairs does make it quicker. Nope, too early. All right. Not quite. All right. But also, I really need to make myself, like, after stream, probably tea with a little bit of honey, because my voice is starting to go hoarse. I'm the kind of person, I don't talk terribly much normally, but when I do, I'm a bit of a yapper. So I have an issue where talking too much makes me like super hoarse and everything. Like the fact that I've been streaming basically every day outside of the weekends for the past, what? It's only been a week now, but like it's noticeable in my voice right now. Maybe not coming through on the mic yet, but given a few more days, it probably will be noticeable. I think that was also going off the platform and not off the stairs. Yeah. Okay. I feel like that's significantly faster. I just have to hit this properly. If I can nail this. Hold on. Aim specifically here. Not quite, but that's fine. I think something I should try just a little bit of is maybe not going so far to the right when I reach this part. Because as long as I come in diagonally, it should be enough without having to also rotate to the right. But now I have to retrain the muscle memory on that part. Because I do kind of like a clockwise motion. Now I have to move more in a counterclockwise or straight left motion. Try and hit this. Ooh. Not quite, not quite. I need to jump earlier. Okay, that was too early this time. That time I need to move further left. I wonder if I should just go ahead and increase my sends even more. That time I might have moved a little bit too far left. Or too quickly, rather. I don't know. At the moment, I'm just spitballing random things. I feel like I don't have much going through my head at the moment. I figured might as well go through my inner monologue. Okay. Try and go for the speed boost here. Not quite. This time, walk off the stairs. Yeah, you get so much more speed walking off the stairs and off the platform. I just needed to nail that consistently and speed boost at the very beginning consistently. Okay. Nothing there. I'm gonna nail this one. Yes. Too early on the jump. In the meantime, I feel like with how much I grind movement, I also need to come up with another level to be grinding afterwards. Sacrifice is kind of cool. I don't know if I would have like really grind that level. It also feels like one of those soul draining grinds. Oh, too far left. Okay. Not bad. $18.1. Not sub 18, but it is what it is. As long as I'm getting the strats consistently, I don't particularly mind being on relatively slow runs. Because my goal is specifically just refining these strats. Or rather, my execution of the strats. I'm not doing anything to change the strats themselves. Alright. Walk off the ledge. Kind of overshot it a little bit. Definitely overshot the edge there. Here we get the speed boost. Okay. You know, I spent so much time just looking at the levels themselves and where I need to be going on them and all that kind of stuff that I've never actually noticed the Bayo floating island in the background of the skybox until today. Today was the first day I noticed it. $18.0, okay. Getting a little bit faster. Nice. I don't want to jinx it, but it feels like I'm getting more consistent. Alright. I mean, I'm kind of hitting it, but that time I walked off the platform instead of the stairs, and I got hung up just a little bit on the second arch. Okay, missing the speed boost. I feel like I tend to mess up over here more when I do like exaggerated movements for the stair boost. So maybe go for tinier versions of that boost and aim more for the consistency until I can really lock it in. Alright, this is a good one right here. Fuck. And of course, the minute I say that, I jinx it. Okay. Ooh, ooh, that was a bad time to reset. I wanted to see what time that would have been. So the thing I did really good in my PB and that I need to work on actively is the entire section after getting out of the second arch. So it's time to start varying things up in regards to how I move about this section. Because my ghost always pulls ahead of me ever so slightly during that section. And if I nail that, I won't be as panicky due to nerves when it comes to the ring section. That was kind of clean with it. That was kind of clean. If I hit this speed boost here, that would have been a pretty good time. I was behind my PB from the get-go because I'm not landing the speed boost. But I know it's going to be worth it to just get the speed boost consistent. Okay. Ooh. Damn it. The platform. Okay. Not the best attempt, but I hit it. Okay, hit the speed boost. Slide off here. Damn it! That was clean up until the arch. Hold on. There's a few things I want to try here. Okay, so you kind of need to move left a little bit there. At least that's what it felt like. Fuck, that was too early. I think I need to go a little bit further to get the boost. Not quite. Damn it. I think I might be getting off the stairs a little bit too early, which is why I don't have speed going into that section. But I'm not 100% sure. Ooh. Okay, I think I see what he means when he says... When he said that he overshoots it when he doesn't go left enough. I think that might be what I noticed there. Damn it. Okay, got it. Damn, that would have been good too. I need to start resetting for runs specifically that land the speed boost now. Like that. Okay. Oh, I think... Okay, that you have to hit that a little bit differently than I thought you did. Fuck. Nope, not quite. No. Damn it. I need to get this thing consistent now. Yeah, I need to jump earlier. I need to get I think part of the problem is I'm a little bit in my head when it comes to these things, and focusing a little bit too much on stuff like that instead of trying to focus in and just hone in on my execution. I don't think I've ever had to lock in the way I need to lock in right now. And so it's a learning moment for me. There's too far left. Nope. We run it back. There we go. Damn it. You know, my optometrist is gonna flip when they realize how I just stare at my screen while pulling off these runs. Because I've kind of just started realizing I barely blink during these attempts. Okay, there we go. Got the speed boost. Let's hit this properly now. Yeah. Okay, not quite. And it didn't even hit the coyote jump. Come on now. How am I not hitting this? Damn. Okay. I see how it is. Let's just do it better then. Damn. I think I just need to go for attempts whether or not I get that initial speed boost. Because I don't want to get caught up just trying to practice that and only that. 18.0. So far I haven't hit another 17. After my break. Fuck. Okay. Just need to lock in. Damn it. I think despite what I want, it might be time to just call it a day and come back tomorrow. Because I know what would the right term for it be? Psychologically speaking? Maybe. I know that your body takes time to process stuff like muscle memory and things that you've learned. It might be one of those cases where I've done enough attempts and my body is just fatigued, so I can't land it. Might be one of those cases where I might nail out a banger run at the beginning of stream tomorrow. But at the same time, like, I don't want to give up doing attempts. Fuck. Damn it. If I didn't get caught on the ledge there, that might have been it. Something I need to try. So far, I've been keeping my mouse pretty steady while doing that jump up there. Yeah, 1,000 is a pretty good chunk. Who knows, maybe if I hit 1,000, that's when I'll call stream. So something I think I should probably attempt is during that section where I'm jumping up the plank. So far, I've kept my mouse like fairly steady when jumping up it, but maybe it's time I need to start adding a little bit of variance there. Seeing if I can't do something to make that like consistently land that more. Let's see, we're at 8:15 today on this. Damn it. Got kind of slow there. Ooh, speed boost. Let's go. Got a lot of speed this time. You know what? As opposed to just trial and error over and over again, I'm gonna look at Jupin's run. See what he does here. He looks way right. So let's see. Starts off. Let me do this real quick. Open selector, Windows. Might as well let you guys see what I'm looking at. Okay. So, real quick, just go frame by frame. Right here, he kind of lines up with this corner, a little bit to the left of the corner. And then swings out right and kind of lines up with this box for a little bit before swinging out right more. Now that I have like a visual of what they aim for, damn it. Let's see. This one has always looked abnormal to me. You don't know why? Yeah, like watching it, it looks a little bit odd because your movement doesn't really line up with the, because of the momentum, it just makes things a little bit weird when coming out of that arch boost. Visually speaking, that is. To me, as somebody that hasn't really hit this arch boost all that much. Oh, you hit a 2 millisecond PB? Damn. Okay, so that was a little bit more exaggerated, a little bit closer to what I feel like you do there. Got it. Tomorrow night, British time. Gotcha. Okay. I feel like the hard part is that because you move so fast in this level and you do this section so quickly, it's hard for me to gauge whether or not I'm doing it right. I feel like something I need to do is I need to look at in post after I finish stream, I need to look at all of my failed attempts and just kind of make like a quick mental checklist of what to improve on for tomorrow. Okay, not quite. That was a decent run though. Okay, I'm starting to get cleaner with it, just a little bit. 18.1, not exactly the fastest time, but if I can nail all of these strats, should be Yeah, I definitely need to be swinging out further left, I believe. It doesn't seem like I'm doing that enough. Okay. So I need to go far left, and then I need to bring it back far right. Maybe something a little bit like that. Just clean it up a tad. It was rather slow though because I really messed up that last section there. Hold up. Something I just realized that I never checked is your input display. Yeah, you just hold straight. You just hold straight. Okay. I don't need to jump there. I think maybe what I need to do is try and... I was gonna say, I should probably try and land this consistently with like my old route for this very beginning section. But I really want to get this consistent. And not nailing this is what's gonna make my grind take even longer. Not quite enough. Come on, let's nail this. There we go. Okay. That was a little bit cleaner, but I could still be faster than my ghost. Come on. There we go. Even with the speed boost, my PB was slightly ahead of that though. At a slightly faster pace. There we go. $18.0. I just want to land another 17 before I end stream. Not necessarily saying that the minute I hit another 17 I'm ending stream, but it's like having to end stream without hitting another 17. Damn it. Alright. Here we go. I need to go further left. Because the thing that I've noticed is, despite you looking to the right, you end up hitting that angle really well, whereas I don't. I wasn't actually expecting to hit it this time, so I wasn't prepared. Gotta hit this just right. Nope. Try it again. Damn it. Like, the one to go back to my old strat, even though I know it's going to be slower in the long term, is so great right now. But I need to go for the long-term growth as opposed to the short-term gains. Oh, that could have been a good pace if I landed the coyote. So you guys did say that you guys hold space for that entire section. So maybe I could remove some inconsistency by removing the need for a coyote jump there and just holding space through it. If I jump sooner than a coyote, I get to the water sooner, which is going to be faster, so... Come on. Okay, I need to hit that a little more to the left. Okay, there we go. I went too far left there, I think. Try this again. About here. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it on that speed boost. Damn it. Yeah, I'm starting to get it on that speed boost. It was worth all those resets after all. And it's just a matter of getting all of it together. I think my ghost might be ever so slightly ahead of me. Low 18.0, okay. Let's see if I can push this into the 17s. Damn it. A little too far to the right. Pull this back. We're getting a speed boost consistent now, which is important. We're good pace. Damn it. Ooh, this one's a little bit slower. Come on now. Yeah. Nope. Maybe go harder to the left? No. Do I need to move it earlier or late? Can't tell. And I had it so consistent before too. All right, I have about 101 more attempts left before I hit 1,000. And I told myself I'd end stream if I hit 1,000. So, not if I hit 1,000, when I hit 1,000. This is guaranteed to happen. Not the cleanest. That was almost a 17 though. Got the speed boost. Let's go. $17.9 and I might have hit the bench. Which means I got this. I think I'm gonna end stream with a new PB. And of course I mess it up like that as soon as I say that. Like at this point, like I'm locked in enough to the point where I'm not even cursing anymore. Which I don't know if I've ever been locked in like this much. And I keep using the term locked in. But I think it's more that I'm in a flow state. I could just hit this damn speed boost. Nope. All right. Not quite. I don't really want to get held up by that speed boost too much. Just because I feel like when I do, I run into issues doing the rest of the route. Still go for it. But I'll treat today's stream as a practice stream. Well, is it really a practice stream when I've already hit PBs? No. Dude, I am hunching so hard right now. I need to, like, do something to fix it. Hit the speed boost. Damn it, I hit the platform and not the stairs. Hold on, let me raise my monitor ever so slightly. That's a little bit too much. Sorry if that's loud on stream. I just need something to fix my hunching. Okay. Oh, this is gonna help. Now it feels super awkward to do this. It feels super awkward to play now, because I have to hold my head different. Okay, hit the speed boost. $17.89, okay. Let's go. Every time I get the speed boost, I end up going silent just because I don't want to jinx it. I know, like, alluding to our earlier conversation, luck and jinx and things like that doesn't exactly work that way. But it's like a mental barrier. It does feel weird that I seem to set all my PBs when you're not watching. But that's probably because when you're not watching, it means you're not typing in chat as often, which means I'm not really talking as much. Which is like a double-edged sword, because like as a streamer whose entire job is to yap, I obviously need to be yapping. But as somebody trying to nail sick runs, can't be talking all that much. Because you have to be focused on the runs. Like personally, I don't mind having a longer grind because I'm yapping a little bit too much. It feels nice to have an outlet for all the yapping. Like, I am doing this thing with my neck where I'm, like, looking down with my neck, but looking up with my head at the same time. Just, like, really hunching it. And I just really need to work on my posture. For the most part, I have a decent posture. But it's like, I've never noticed that I do this with my head until I started running this game. Damn it. Alright, let's try this again. Who knows, maybe I have to yap more. Sometimes it feels like when I yap more and not paying as much attention, I don't get as nervous, and so I don't choke as often. But it's trying to find that fine line between not being as nervous and not choking as much, and being less focused. So. Okay, I have about 50 more attempts left before I told myself I would end it for the day. Make that 49. I was too busy looking up in the top left at all the stats there that I just... Come on now. Maybe aim a little bit more to the left. Maybe aim a little bit to the left earlier. There we go. Slightly behind my PB, but pace is still pretty good. Seems like that pace wasn't bad. My momentum was a little screwy there, but I feel like I did the arch boost pretty good on that one. Damn. I lost speed to something there, and I'm not 100% sure what it was. Maybe my mouse movement. Come on now. Who knows, maybe something I should try is taking a break in the middle of stream to eat lunch or something when I'm doing attempts like this. Because it feels like... Because the thing I've noticed is that on days where I end up like skipping lunch because I'm streaming and just having lunch afterwards, is I immediately want to get like right back into the grind right after I have lunch. So maybe the only thing that I need is food to motivate me. Pace is slightly behind PB. But I had a pretty good section there. Ooh, that was close to sub 17. Sub 18. Bad pace. Come on now. Hit this. Nope. We're gonna hit this one. Yes, we are. Okay. It'd be nice if I had... I should get my friends. Make bets and gamble on whether or not I hit the PBs during streams. Because I really want something to be able to gamble on. Which, I'm a gacha addict, so of course I'm gonna want to gamble. But... Ugh. What is this line I'm trying to take? I think a little further to the left? Gambling is indeed great. Granted, I only gacha, I don't actually gamble. I like not casinos or anything. Oh, kind of bonked on something. Ooh, that was close. You love losing? Yeah. See, for me, it really depends on the game. Some games I have insane luck in. Like, for example, in Zenless Zone Zero, I think I've only ever lost 50-50 once. Despite having 10 SSRs. Versus something like okay, Star Rail, where I lose 50-50 every single time. And don't even get me started on Fate Grand Order. But that game is just gambling hell. Damn it. Ooh, 4 attempts away. You know, I might alter the deal instead of ending stream, I might just go get lunch. And then continue to grind. Might take like a quick tenner. Okay, I got 2 attempts left. There's this one. One's not going too great. I really am. I mean, my big thing is, so far, every single day after stream, I've gone, eaten something, eaten lunch, because I usually don't eat until after stream. And then I get right back on Neon White, because guess what? All my friends got home from work around the time I get off stream, maybe just a little bit later, and they're all trying to beat my PBs. So I go in, I'm like, no, 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 no. I want to maintain my PBs. Like the amount of times that we've meant to start playing Repo or something else, and then we just get stuck in a loop of, hey, you can't take my PB from me. And so we end up doing Neon White for the rest of the night instead. It is way too high. Also, I know I already passed run 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna do attempts until I hit 5 hours, which is in about a minute. Damn it. Okay, I got maybe 1 or 2 more good PB attempts before I hit 5 hours. And then it's on to Yonder Pastures. Okay, didn't get the speed boost. Might as well finish this one out. I mean, an 18.7 is alright. Okay, I've hit 5 hours. Now I have to really sit here and deliberate. Do I want to continue attempts later? Sorry, I was just checking my email real quick. Alright. Because I really don't want to stop. Because I know I'm just going to hop on later tonight. I think I might need an intervention, to be honest. Like, I know I know taking a break from the game is going to do me good, and I'm going to be more consistent. But, like, the gratification of landing a PB right now after 5 hours of grinding would be so nice. Okay, hold on. I think I've decided. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna eat lunch. Probably walk around for a little bit. Walk my dogs. I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, and I'm continuing runs. Alright. Let me just change stream title real quick. Be getting food. BRB. There we go. I will be back. Give me like 10 minutes. Maybe 20. But probably just 10. All right, I am back. I have food in hand. I got some more water. I might leave again for just a bit to grab a protein shake once I'm done with my food. Oh, time to get a bite to eat. Let's see, is there anything that I want to put on and watch while I eat? I mean, I could always pull up Neon White speedruns. Watch that. The leaderboards. I don't want to watch the world record run. Interesting. If you could hear dishes clinking, that is my food. You know, the thing that gives me a little bit of a pause is I've never like reacted to stuff on stream outside of like small, what's the word? Small clips like showing strats for levels and things like that. So I don't know what to react to or what to watch. I have an idea, but it's incredibly niche, and I don't think most people are going to be interested in it. Brody Robertson just put out a new video today. And for those of you that don't know Brody, he is an Australian YouTuber, I believe, and streamer. Covers mostly Linux and open source news. Pretty cool guy. Watch him pretty often. There's also a low level. Again, another thing that's rather niche, and I don't know if anybody's actually interested in watching. Okay, this one is kind of applicable to myself. I'm trying to think, what would be the best way to go about it? I could react to the video. Could pull up an article talking about it. Let me think real quick, because there's a few different ways I could approach this, and I don't know what's the best way of doing it. I think one of my big things is, the last thing I want is some kind of like copyright strike or DMCA situation happening. Hold on, let me mute the game real quick. And I'm gonna mute desktop audio real quick just to double check something. Okay, you know what? Sure. I'll put on this video. It's might not be interesting to a lot of you people, especially if you're not into the Linux and open source ecosystem. What's up, Briggy? I have my food. I am just putting on a video to react to while I eat. So for a little bit of lead up before we get into the video, I haven't seen this video before. I think I've watched a few videos from Savvy Nick. They're another channel that kind of covers open source and like Linux news. And the thing that happened was Mozilla recently had a update to their terms of service and their terms of use and their licensing agreements and stuff like that. That made a lot of people concerned. When you think about web browsers, right? Most people, I think it's close to like 90% of people that use the web use Google Chrome. It might be 70%, 90% might be a bit of an overstatement, but at least 90% is Chromium based. So essentially Google Chrome, right? The entire reason why you would go with Mozilla or in Firefox particularly is just due to, reasons relating to, privacy and data security and, all that kind of stuff. Your data being used ethically. Yeah, a lot of the TOS changes that Mozilla made with Firefox was not that. And the reason why I bring this up, I run Neon White, love the game and everything. But I am also a massive advocate for open source software, ethical data use, all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, there's a reason why Linux is one of my stream tags. But yeah, in university, especially learning about security, cryptography was like a big one that I took. I also have worked for a cybersecurity firm. So it's like, there's a lot of stuff that I get really passionate about. And software, ethical uses of software, licenses, all that kind of stuff, I am really passionate about. And I could probably talk you guys' ears off with like open source licensing versus closed source and all the kind of stuff. Why one is good versus the other. But let's just get right into it.
Mozilla is finally getting some backlash after their recent controversial change to the new terms of service that they issued.
Do I have this on times 2 speed? Okay, I have a habit of watching everything on times 2 speed, so if I ever forget, just spam at me in chat.
As far as rewriting and clarifying things after user backlash. We covered this a little bit ago. Now a Linux distribution has officially dropped them as their main default. We're going to be talking about this and more, as there's going to be seemingly more and more backlash.
This is really huge news. So, again, most people probably not aware too much about the Linux space. But let me start off by saying almost every single Linux distribution defaults to Firefox as the browser. Not Chrome, Firefox. Big reason being, most people that switch to Linux are people like me who are concerned with data privacy and security and all that kind of stuff, right? Most people in this sphere of just computers do not like Google and they do not like big tech, me included, right? Which makes it a little bit ironic that me, of all people, streaming on either YouTube or Twitch. But this is a big deal. The fact that a Linux distribution officially removed Firefox as its default browser is huge.
From the choices that the Mozilla team has made in the last month or so. This all originally started with an update to their terms of service, which was submitted, and they had to actually clarify this, which is never a good thing. A lot of people took issue with this as it caused issues with privacy concerns and how Mozilla could use your data. That led to a lot of people thinking about making a switch.
So, to reiterate, I myself have switched away from Firefox. The browser I'm currently using, the one that you're seeing here, is actually the Zen browser. It's a derivative of Firefox because Firefox is open source. So me as a software developer, anybody that has software developing experience or even has the passion or the drive to make their own browser could fork Firefox and completely customize it and turn it into its own browser. That's what Zen browser is. It's what Brave browser is to Chrome, right? Google maintains what they call Chromium, which is an open source version of their browser. And Google Chrome itself is just Chromium with a bunch of stuff added on top, right? Brave browser is just Chromium customized to held and back by the devs and with different branding. So, yeah. this right here, him talking about how they had to come out and clarify stuff about the terms of use. This is the part that I personally am not a fan of, and that made me switch for good. If you have to clarify your terms of use to say, oh no, we're not going to use it in the way that you think we are, but you never actually clarify that in the terms of use itself, I do not trust that. I want to see it in writing in your own terms of use and your own license agreement that you are not going to use my data to be training your AI, right? Because the big thing for me is Mozilla has been pivoting really hard into AI. They haven't been getting any kind of profit from Firefox. And so they hopped on the AI bandwagon and are trying to make something pop off there. But yeah, that hasn't been working out for them. And so seeing this new terms of use where they kind of say that they get an irrevocable license to your data, knowing the fact that they are working on AI, just immediately lets you know what exactly they're planning to do behind the scenes. No matter what they clarify, by the way.
From their default web browser, including things that are even based off of Firefox, like WaterFox or Florp. But other suggestions are Vivaldi, Brave, and Zen, or LibreWolf. And there's been a lot of talk about this, including Mental Outlaw and some ordinary gamers, calling it the worst Firefox update ever, and getting over 500,000 views in a few days. Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers even said you should stop using Firefox, and this one also got close to 500,000 views as well. So people are definitely taking notice and starting to think about making the switch, and that's exactly what Zorin OS did. For their 17.3 release, the popular Linux...
So, I've always heard about Zorin OS in passing, but I've never actually checked it out myself. And I've never looked into it myself. However, I have generally heard good things about it. And seeing them make this change is pretty nice to see.
Distribution for people making the switch between Windows and Linux called for new features, stronger privacy, and an even easier user experience. The stronger privacy is the emphasis here. This follows Mozilla's controversial new terms of service for Firefox, which seemingly granted them broad rights to use any data entered through the browser, although they have clarified that since and claim that there's more nuance to it.
So, I know I keep pausing, but that's because there's like a lot of stuff that I want to interject here, especially for people that haven't really paid attention to what's been going on in this space. So, specifically what the terms of use said was that anything that you enter into the browser, you grant Mozilla an irrevocable, worldwide, royalty-free license to do anything that Mozilla needs to do with it, right? That might not have been like the exact wording used, but the intent behind it seems to be the same. And as he said, they've come out to clarify, oh, no, we're not going to use the data like that, but they've never actually updated that in the writing of the terms of use itself. So it's like, yeah, I don't know about
stating
that.
that it was really to clarify legal precedents for governments, and they were required to make an amendment to the terms of service.
This is a weird claim to make because no other browser has had to make this amendment to their terms of use. Only Mozilla themselves have ever made this kind of amendment to their terms of use. And so it seems like a really shady thing to hide behind.
Regardless, this really took people by surprise and has caused all sorts of backlash, including in Zorin, as this probably is the first of many Linux distributions that are going to start thinking about whether they need to make the switch from Firefox being their main or default web browser to another browser, as Zorin OS finally calls for a new default web browser. And why is that the case? Well, we're going to read through that. But before we do, make sure to smash that like button if you enjoy videos like this. Also, think about subscribing below. YouTube can get finicky and you wouldn't want to miss another video like this. Let's get into why Zorin OS ditched Firefox. In light of Mozilla's recent policy changes, we no longer feel...
I'm going to pause real quick because I saw something down here that I do want to mention and I really don't want to forget about it. The fact that the new default web browser is Brave, so let me state this. On my phone, I use Brave browser, right? I do not use it on desktop. And there's a reason for it. Personally, I don't like supporting Google. As I said, a lot of people in my sphere of just like Linux users and open source developers and all that kind of stuff, we're not exactly the biggest fans of big tech. And for me, I don't like kind of the monopoly that Google has on web browsers as a whole. Think Opera GX, Brave, Chromium, Google Chrome itself, Microsoft Edge. All of that is Chromium based. All of that is based off of what Google themselves have made. And about, I want to say 70% of web browser users use something based on Chromium. That is an insane position of power to have over the entire market. And it means they can strong arm kind of whatever they want into becoming a web standard. And I am personally really not a fan of that. That is just monopolies in general tend to not be good for the end consumer. And I don't want to return to the Wild Wild West days of things not working on other browsers.
Feel assured that Firefox aligns with our commitment to protect your privacy. A strong statement to begin. This prompted us to revisit the choice of default web browser in Zorin OS 17.3. When considering an alternative default browser, we set the following requirements. And those include free and open source software, a general purpose full-featured web browser. It should support common use cases, including playing copyright protected content from popular streaming services. It has to be privacy respecting. This is probably a very big one. The push the team at Zorin over the edge with Firefox. Anyways, popular and recognizable, mature and well maintained. This is especially important for...
I will say these two are probably the most important. As much as I talk about not wanting to give Google more users to help with their web browser monopoly, these two are very important. Outside of anything Chromium based in Firefox, the only other choice you have is Safari, and most people are not fans of Safari. I'm not one to really talk. I had an iPhone for like maybe a year or two, and that was the only time I've ever used Safari. Other than that, I'm not experienced. I don't really want to like weigh into that because I don't want to give any kind of uneducated opinion on it. But these two are really important, especially for like standard users. Maybe somebody that's not as into the technical side of things the way I am, right? You want it to be popular and recognizable, and you also want it to be mature and well maintained. This one just means that people aren't going to be confused when they install the distro. This one down here, mature and well maintained, means that you're not going to run into issues trying to do anything you want on them, right? Both of those really important.
Reliability and the quick availability of security patches. So in a definite win for Zorin, they had some consultation with their user community. So now we get a feel for what the users of Zorin are wanting, because they narrowed their selection down to one option. The new default web browser in Zorin OS is Brave. It introduces a plethora of features to preserve your privacy and take back your control. And they talk about these features that help you protect your privacy. We're going to get into them, but before we do, I want to talk about how big of a deal this is. Mozilla's new terms definitely sparked privacy concerns. And now we have Linux distributions like Zorin thinking about replacing Firefox entirely. This is not good for Firefox, because not only have they been struggling with this recent PR blunder, but they're also struggling with funding. As the days go by, Google
big issue with Firefox.
is one of the major backers of Mozilla Firefox.
This is something really important to note too. I forget the exact number, but a vast majority of Mozilla's funding actually comes from Google, because they pay Mozilla to be the default search engine on Firefox. Now, the reason why this happens and the reason why Google just doesn't let them be and not pay them is because Google is trying to avoid an antitrust lawsuit, kind of similar to the one that they just lost in the US about being the default web browser on iPhones. They've been trying to avoid that kind of situation. So they're kind of paying Mozilla a lot of money. Now, to be fair, I don't think it's officially on the books that they are paying to be the default web browser, but they are funding most of Mozilla.
just purely based on the fact that they are the default search engine whenever you use Firefox. And Google pays dearly for this, close to around 500 million, which is a majority of the budget for Mozilla Firefox.
Yeah.
And that may be going away since the DOJ, or Department of Justice, initiated significant antitrust actions against Google.
Yeah. Because they lost the lawsuit in regards to the antitrust case regarding Apple and being the default search engine on iOS, they can no longer safely pay Mozilla to be the default search engine. This is why Mozilla has pivoted into AI, and this is also why Mozilla changed their terms of use. Basically, they're going to lose a majority of their funding and they need to make it up somewhere else.
Accusing Google of potentially being a monopoly when it comes to the search engine market and engaging in anti-competitive practices. Depending on the proposed remedy, which may be that Google needs to divest its Chrome browser and parts of its advertising business to restore competitive balance, well, that's definitely going to affect what happens at Firefox, as they will probably lose the massive funding that they once had.
That also brings up a really interesting point. What is going to be the result of Google losing the antitrust lawsuit? So they've already lost, but I believe it's still in deliberation what exactly the DOJ wants to do and what is going to result from them having lost it. Personally, I'm a big fan of Google having to divest. I think the current draft, at least one of the drafts that we've heard about, is Google having to divest Android and having to divest, it was either the search engine or Google Chrome. I don't remember which one. Personally, big fan. I don't think you should own a search engine plus a platform for streaming video plus the service that most people use for advertising. That just seems like a very it's a very big vertical slice. I don't know if I want to say it's a monopoly. Well, it's definitely close to monopolistic, right? But there's other big hitters in the advertising space that I wouldn't quite call it a monopoly. But you can definitely see how it would be negative for the ecosystem, for the end user specifically, right? It's just a benefit for the person that owns all three of these products, right? But for the end user specifically, I don't see how it would bring any kind of benefits.
That with these privacy concerns are going to be an uphill battle the next few months. Continuing on, why choose Brave as the default web browser here in Zorin? Well, they said it shields against trackers and fingerprinting to protect you from online surveillance. It has private browsing powered by Tor for enhanced anonymity, built-in ad blocker for cleaner and more intentional browsing experience, and automatic blocking of third-party cookies and cookie banners. And this change will take into effect with new installations of Zorin OS, which are 17.3 and beyond. If you want to make the upgrade today, you can install it.
Also, something to note, everything that is mentioned here can be done on insert your browser here. At least anything Mozilla based. So for me, Zen browser, obviously Brave has it, so you can do it with Chromium, though it might be like pulling teeth on Chromium due to the recent Manifest v3 changes that Google has implemented. But all of this can be implemented on your browser of choice. This is specifically talking about default browsers and what the browser has as default settings, right? Which are kind of important because most people do not change defaults.
Cookie banners, and this change beyond. If you want to make the upgrade today, you can install it manually through the built-in software store. This was not a light decision, and I don't think this is going to be a light decision for any other Linux distributions that may actually follow this decision. As people are listening to the community, the Firefox sentiment seems to be unfavorable at this point, as a strong majority of people seem to be supporting this switch to Brave, and many users made the switch already to Brave from Firefox even before Linux distributions start trend setting and trying to push this change on their users. Again, it'll be interesting to see if more distributions follow suit and start asking their community what the default web browser should be.
The thing I'm interested in seeing, I want to see the drop off of users that use Firefox. Usually with news like this, you'd imagine that the drop off is going to be a lot smaller because the end user, at least the average consumer might not be aware of what is happening. But I would say that most people that use Firefox do so because they don't like Google and they don't like the other options. And they are at least somewhat similar to me in where they care about things like this. So that being the case, I'd imagine that most of the people using Firefox, or at least a good chunk of them, more than other browsers, would be aware of this and probably would have affected their decision of web browsing.
Of course, there are some hesitations about Brave. We're going to get into those, but I do want to talk about a bit of an update, as Nick from the Linux Experiment talked to a Mozilla employee. I actually watched this entire interview. It's interesting, and it's called Clarifying What's Happening at Mozilla, an interview with Ryan Sipes from...
I was going to say, Nick from the Linux Experiment, really sick. I watch his channel all the time.
Thunderbird. Even though Ryan seems to be a main project manager or lead on the Thunderbird team, he was passionate about what had happened with the rollout of the terms of service and gets into how it actually all unfolded and why. Nick presses him very hard during this interview, and I really appreciated what he did. I suggest everyone to go watch. I'm going to post a link in the description below to this interview. For those of you who haven't seen it already, it's definitely worth checking out. Now, I do want to talk about Brave Browser a little bit, because there are other options we can make instead of using something that's Chromium based. There's LibreWolf, Florp, and WaterFox, which are Firefox based. But the problem is if Firefox for some reason does become a sinking ship, well, all of those may go with it, because things like WaterFox, being based on Firefox, really rely on the security updates coming from the main Firefox branch in order to fix those vulnerabilities with the patches that Firefox actually.
All right, so you can't see it because, again, I haven't drawn myself a VTuber model yet, but I've been nodding along this entire time. This is currently my biggest worry using a browser that is still based on Firefox, is that if Mozilla goes under and if they stop development of Firefox, because guess what? It's no longer profitable. My current choice and my preference for web browsing goes completely out the window. And that opens up a lot of problems. Chromium is already, I believe the number is around 70% of the market. Mozilla going under, Firefox no longer receiving any kind of development support, means we lose, I want to say close to like 15% of the web browsing market. And that 15% is most likely going to go to a Chromium-based browser, meaning that Google will sit on close to 85% of the entire web browsing market, which is huge. At that point, I would definitely call that monopolistic. And that's when I would be worried.
So that may be an issue for a lot of people. You may have to get away from any browser that is based off Firefox. Anyways, I want to talk about Brave here because a lot of people don't discuss the obvious crap, which is it's a little annoying as it seems to be a little bloat by default. As Brave by default has some bloat, or at least what I think is bloat, and it ships with crypto ad features unless it's disabled.
This is one of the big reasons why I don't like Brave. First one being Chromium based. Second one being all the crypto shit.
Disabled, which I personally do disable, but you can see different things like their Brave wallet being peddled to you, different types of cryptos, and just all sorts of things for the keyword Web3 and NFTs all being thrown at you, which again, it's easy to just fix that, but I don't like the default being ads getting constantly thrown at you whenever you start your browser up that you should get some new wallet or look at some crypto exchange. Regardless of all of that, it is a wonderful browser, at least to consider after Firefox's terms of use blunder. I take this away as a turning point in the Linux desktop browser scene, as a lot of Linux distributions use Firefox as their default web browser. Yep. I think we're going to see more and more starting to at least contemplate whether or not they're going to use it anymore. And
most definitely.
We might see Brave becoming the default on a lot of these with a balance of privacy, performance, and ad blocking. Again, we have a little bit of issue with the fact that they're sporting all those ads.
To be honest, I would not be surprised to see if a fork of Brave or a fork of Chromium that is very similar to Brave becomes the standard on Linux distros. At least before Ladybird becomes fully fledged and comes out of alpha and or beta.
especially when it comes to crypto, but it's not good for all of those users who want to remain wary of Chromium-based browsers. It's becoming harder and harder to find a security and privacy-focused web browser that's not based on Chromium at this point. It'll be interesting to see what Ubuntu does here soon, and other large players in the Linux distro space. Let me know what you think about Zorin moving over to Firefox. Is it warranted? Or
So Zorin removing Firefox, good first step, but I don't know how big Zorin is. When you have players like Ubuntu and Fedora moving away from Firefox, that's when things are going to become huge. I think Ubuntu, Fedora, and possibly even SteamOS at this point, with how popular the Steam Deck is, when those three, or even just one or two of those distros move away from Firefox, yeah, I think that's going to be kind of like a signal to other distros that it might be time to do the same.
we're blowing things out of proportion at this point? I'd love to hear from you. Also, thanks for watching to the end of
Whether or not it's being blown out of proportion is hard to say. Yes, there is some doomerism involved in this, because, terms of use says one thing, Mozilla clarifies, not in writing, but they still clarify, no, we're not using your stuff that way. Obviously not, right? And it's like, yes, you do have to be kind of a skeptic to not trust their clarification, but at this point, I don't feel like there's a lot of people that take companies at their word, unless it's in writing. I would say this probably has stirred up more controversy in like tech spaces than when Google removed the whole "do not be evil" slogan from their company, which, by the way, crazy thing to do. But yeah, good video. Gonna go ahead and drop a link to this in chat. Go ahead, like the video, subscribe if you liked it. But yeah, with that, I have finished with my lunch, and I am ready to begin grinding again. I don't know for how much longer I'm going to grind, but I'm here for the long haul, so let me just go ahead, unmute the game again. Alright, thanks everybody for sticking around while I had a quick break, but I think I'm ready to go. Is it job archive? Let's go. Movement. Yep. I accidentally hit up. Movement. Here we go. I feel like I need to warm up again. It was a bit of a long break. I yapped a lot instead of eating. So. I'll say I did also have some water. My voice is doing a little bit better. So that's good. Damn it. Still not quite hitting this. I feel like now I have to like relearn everything. That break like really reset me. Feels like I have to drill back in the muscle memory. So, it might be in the grind for the long haul. You know, I'm gonna go for the old strat just because it's gonna be a little bit more consistent for me. Damn it. Okay. You know, I really shouldn't be going for the old strat because the old strat isn't going to give me a faster PB. I mean, it might get me a faster PB if I nail this. But I can also get a faster PB if I nail this. I feel so torn. Because the new strat for that opening feels so inconsistent for me that I really want to go back to my old strat. But I know my old strat isn't gonna be like conducive to hitting even faster times. I'm doing the jump too late there. But I think I could just dial that in. Might take me a little bit. I think part of my issue is I am partially focusing on how much I need to move my mouse in this section up here, hitting this corner. And that kind of detracts my attention from figuring out when I need to jump, which is a little bit of an issue. Like, ideally, I could just, like, nail this corner strat, like, consistently all the time, and I don't have to, like, really, like, lock into it. But it is what it is. All right. That was not happy with it. I think something that I've realized over the years is I'm a lot more of a perfectionist than I used to think I was. I never used to think I was a perfectionist, and for the most part I don't think I am, but there are like specific things where if it's not absolutely perfect, like, it just drives me insane. And one of those is speedrunning. I feel like if I'm not, and this is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because on one hand, it means that when I'm in for the grind, I'm in for the long haul, right? Which helps when trying to hit times. However, it's also a curse because if I don't hit something perfectly, well, I just want to restart. And it's such a easy pitfall to get into, especially with longer runs. I'm specifically thinking of like my Mega Man X days of speedrunning that game. Like, it's such an easy pitfall to fall into of, oh, you made a simple mistake early in the run and then you reset, but like you could have PB'd the run because that simple mistake wasn't enough to like throw off your chances at a PB. Granted, this is notwithstanding the idea that you're grinding for example, world record time, where something like a small mistake like that could indeed affect your PB, right? But not all speedrunners are like world record level, at least not yet. And so it's a very easy pitfall to fall into as a new speedrunner, to like, even as an experienced speedrunner. I've watched plenty in my day on Twitch that have fallen for the pitfall of constantly resetting. One could argue that me constantly resetting on this when I don't get the speed boost is also me falling for the pitfall. But I'd argue that trying to get sub 9 point, what is it, 17.97? I don't even remember what I'm aiming for. $17.7, there we go, that's what it was. Took me a little bit to remember. But I argue me going for a 17.7, I kind of have to be anal about all the little tricks that I hit. Okay. There we go. I feel like for that, you kind of have to get onto it and veer to the left and kind of fall off of it towards the left to be able to get a good speed boost off of it. 17.94 is not bad. It almost ties with Zillia's PB, but it's not quite my PB. Yeah, this speed boost right here is at the very beginning, which helps. Same thing with the arch boost over here. It's how I got like pretty consistent with this boost over here. Just the fact that it's at the beginning, so it's really easy to restart for. There we go. But yeah, the speed boost feels so damn finicky. Ooh, that was, I think that might have been one of the earliest times I've left the ring. And I still landed it, which is good to know. Or not necessarily good to know, but good to see. Means I might be getting a little bit better at the movement there. So yeah, this one feels wildly inconsistent. At least I haven't been able to find a way. There's that brief period before I took my break where I was hitting this speed boost super consistently. It feels like you have to kind of approach here and veer off the very end of it in just the right way to get the speed boost. Like that right there. Again, I'm gonna have to dissect it after stream and just like pull the VOD and just look at it. Okay, I need to veer harder to the left because I think part of my issue going up into that is I'm too far to the right. I think that's why I keep getting caught up on the plank there. And it's why I keep bumping into the ledge when jumping. Okay, I got a very tiny speed boost this time. Okay. Another tiny speed boost, but it's enough to put me like right behind my PB. Again, I don't think I'm going hard enough to the left. All right. Also, to touch on the topic of resetting again, one of the reasons why I restart, even for like this small issue right here, is I don't want to get into the habit or the muscle memory of performing the route the wrong way, right? So if I'm constantly hitting the strat wrong, I want to keep resetting it until I hit it correct, because I don't want to form a habit of hitting it wrong. At least that's my mindset for why I'm okay with resetting on things. Like that right there, like, is such a consistent issue for me on that second arch boost that I feel the need to always reset on it. Rick. Damn it. Pretty good. I wasn't the best speed boost, but wasn't terrible. I think I need to come into this a little bit. Tried to think what I did to get that part a little bit more consistent previously, and every time I did, it's when I was a little bit more exaggerated on the movements here, because it would line me up much better for hitting that arch on the diagonal. And I think that's my big problem. If I come in with too wide of an angle moving right, I end up hitting the right side of the arch and not going through the tunnel. But if I go through shallow enough angle, I end up not hitting the first arch and bonking on the second. So it's really trying to get a consistent stair boost here that's going to get me what I need. Ooh, that was clean. The fact that I got the bench jump is clean. Ah, okay. I use that bench jump kind of as a metric because it means that you got enough momentum, not just to make it over to the platform where the goal is, but it also means you had the momentum to make it a little bit higher and actually land on the bench. And usually you could only really get that much momentum if you had really good pathing on that ring. At least in my experience. Again, I don't have that many hours in this game, so you can take a lot of what I say with a grain of salt. So that one, I need to be further to the right, and I need to be more dramatic with my swing to the left. I feel like I say that all the time, though. But that's the hard part. Like, I could acknowledge what it is that I'm getting wrong. I'm just having a hard time of putting the pen to the paper and actually executing what I know needs to happen. Like, it's that whole thing about coaches not playing the game that they coach. Because for me personally, I've always found it a little bit easier to analyze something while watching it than I have to actually execute something. But I think that's just normal. Okay. Damn it. Something I also personally need to look into is, when does practice start becoming detrimental? Because yeah, I'm still grinding on stream right now. But at what point is it going to be detrimental to my muscle memory and to my skill, as opposed to being, you know, beneficial? Because like the whole saying is perfect practice makes perfect, right? And if you're not practicing perfectly, but I also think I'm just getting a little bit too much into my head. It's not like I'm that serious of a Neon White player. I'm just doing it because it's fun. Not exactly a pro. So I guess the answer would be, as long as it's fun, then it's beneficial. And when it becomes unfun, that's when it's not. I keep consistently messing up this second set of arches in the same exact way. And it's a little bit frustrating. Ooh, 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 okay. See, being a little bit more dramatic with the mouse movements helps a lot. Problem is, I'm just not that explosive of a person in general. The dramatic movements, being loud, etc., not exactly my style. So it takes a little bit to adjust to having to make, like, wide motions with the arm. Okay. Not exactly the best arch boost here, but take it. Oh, what am I doing? Doing the old strat. Might as well just hit it. God damn it, this PB is gonna be so pissed. Okay, didn't PB, but man, was that close. Why can't I hit it like that with the old strat and not with the speed boost here? It's... ugh. Ooh, here we go. Speed boost. Let's hit this right. No. Damn it. Okay. Has to be a good way of hitting this thing, right? How was I so consistent for like 5 runs in a row before, and now I can like barely ever hit this? Damn it. Okay, here we go. I wonder if that's what Jupin meant by he didn't swing far enough to the left. I'm still trying to dissect that one a little bit. No, because he was specifically talking about the plank. I think just in general, I need to focus on... It'd be nice to have a way to just practice that specific section. Well, actually... So the problem with if, like, for example, there's a method to just practice this section is you'd only practice it with the parameters that you'd get to that section with. So, for example, if you hit it with speed boost, you'd only ever be practicing it in a situation where you've hit that speed boost. Which means that you're not really practicing with variations, you're practicing with... Damn, that was way too early. I don't know, at this point, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit. I'm just trying to find something to talk about. Damn it. Too late that time. You know what? I'm gonna just hit the old strat. Why not? It was nice to get consistently faster than my PB there. I think my goal, I think I'm going to end stream. If I hit a PB, that's end stream time. I could have bench jumped that one. Okay. I'm like roughly on pace with PB. Not quite. Speed boost. Sweet. A little bit ahead of PB. Nice. I feel like, what's the right word for it? I'm starting to see into the matrix a little bit. I feel like my shotgun have activated because I'm starting to see the line, if that makes sense. Granted, I say that and I keep messing up the speed boost. Alright, I'm attempting even without it. I feel like I'm starting to recognize a little bit better. Granted, it's not like a for sure thing. I'm slowly starting to put together where exactly it is that I need to make this jump. Now, whether or not I can see it is one thing, being able to pull it off is another. Just because my eyes can see it doesn't mean I can react fast enough. Right, hit that. Damn it. Okay. I just need to get this. Yes. Just slightly behind my PB, that's fine. Damn it. Damn it. We could have been there. Either on pace or slightly ahead of PB here. Ooh, man. The grind for 17.7 is rough. Especially considering I've only hit like a handful of 17.8s. Also, I've only ever hit a high 17.8, never a low. So this is gonna be something. That was almost it right there. Again, I have a lot of things to study for after stream. Things on like how exactly did I hit this piece of ice here when I get the speed boost versus how do I hit it when I don't. Exactly how much to swing this way. Things like that. Just a lot of comparisons I want to do against the world record. Figure out the differences and try to correct them. Like that right there, I was way too far to the right, and so I ended up getting caught not only on the plank, but also the ledge. If I could do this... Fuck. Try this again. And it had to be the one run that I got the speed boost too. Damn it. Too far right. Maybe my problem is it is worth a shot lowering this just a little bit. I think my original... Yeah, I've been too stuck on doing movement to work on Chapter 3 medals. Yeah, I still have about half of the Chapter 3 medals. Right. Dude, I went back to my old sensitivity and... or closer to my old sensitivity, and I hit that so clean. Like, holy. Was really the thing screwing me up just higher sensitivity this entire time? Because that is insane. I mean, let's see if I can hit it consistently, though. Okay, that was clean. Not quite what I needed. Not the perfect DPI. I think whatever default DPI on my Keychron is, I want to assume it's 1600, but I'm not like 100% sure on it. So I'm at like 1600 DPI and like 0.9 cents right now. Is that a holy shit as in that's high, or a holy shit as in that's low? Come on now, let's hit this speed boost. For you? Oh damn. What do you normally run? For me, I just got used to having higher DPI and then lowering sends inside games. Oh wow. 400 and 0.8? Damn. I think the lowest I've ever done on DPI was 800, but that was like before I had an DPI adjustable mouse. Damn it. Like, I see when I need to jump, but like reacting to it properly is just so hard. Like right there, I was like maybe a frame or two too late. If I swung out a little bit more to the left, I would have had much better. But yeah, no, I just got used to higher DPI, lower sends. Like, I think when I used to play Overwatch, I would rock the 1600 DPI at like a 0.2 sends. Maybe slightly lower than that sometimes. Wait, not 0.2, like 1.2. My bad. Or something, I don't know. It's been at least 5 years since I've touched Overwatch, so. Alright. Back in the olden days, you played most games 3200 DPI and high sends. Yeah. I feel like definitely in the olden days, I would play with some really high DPI and really high sends. But that's mostly due to the desk I was using at the time, having just like barely any mouse space. I was like working with maybe 4 or 5 inches total. Versus now, I have like, you know, a much nicer desk and have much more mouse space. I will say this also probably ties back into the whole mouse aimer versus arm aimer. Probably has to do with DPI and sends. Like, I used to be more of an arm aimer back when I was like really grinding Overwatch, just for like the more consistent aim. But since like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I haven't really touched many FPS games. This is like the first game in a long time that I've touched that's been an FPS. God damn, that could have been it. If I just had better pathing on the ring, that would have been it. I was ahead of my ghost after the second arch boost. Alright. Let's see if I can hit the PB. I don't know if it picks up on stream. Every time I make that mistake on that second arch, I always just give a loud, exasperated sigh. I would hope something that quiet, though, doesn't pick up on the mic. That means, like, a lot of unintended stuff would pick up on mic. Like, I've done my best to kind of, like, dial in the sound settings on the mic. Make sure not a ton of background noise comes through. You don't think you've heard it at all? Okay, that's good. I mean, on the one hand, it's like, content-wise, probably not the best thing, since it gives no indication of, like, my current mood and stuff. Yeah, I spent so long trying to dial in my mic sensitivity, not just, like, for streaming specifically, but just in general. I have the Audio-Technica AT2020, which is like a dicardioid mic, I think is what it is. So it's really good at picking up on background noise. I picked it up on the recommendation from a friend that's actually into voiceover. So it's like a really good voiceover microphone, at least beginner voice microphone. Problem being, it's not exactly the best thing for like trying to isolate stuff, which is fine because there are like other ways around it, and just like reducing background noise and stuff. But especially for the price, it's like rock solid. I think it was like 100 when I got it, which was like years and years ago. You know those moments where you've said the same word over and over again so many times that you start questioning whether or not a word is even a real word? I'm starting to get that feeling, but with visuals in regards to... Holy!
Better and better.
Reduced it by 0.02. I thought I would never hit a PB again. Like, low-key, it was feeling that way. It's been how long since... How many attempts since my last PB? Not even close to what I'm trying to get to, right? I'm trying to hit a sapphire, though. Oh, but now I have an even stronger PB to race against. Ooh. This was a really good boost if I can't see my ghost at all. Oh, no, way too slow there. I know I told myself I would end the stream once I got the PB. I might be your neighbor on the leaderboard now. What's your time, Garfield? Oh, not the button I meant to click. My score? There we go. 0.863. Ooh. Oh, I see you right here. Number 554. I'm off by about... What is that? 23? Yeah, dude, movement is stacked. Now, here's the crazy thing. You see my friend over here with the 17.940? This guy started playing Neon White a little less than 20 hours ago. And he already hit this on movement. I have another friend with like maybe 10 hours that hit a 6 point something on Pummel. Then the second level. Which like, I kind of want to go for it, but like this strat looks so hard. Come on now. Damn. Honestly, it might have to call stream here after hitting that PB because I've been going for 6 hours and I hit 3 PBs so far this level. I think it was 3. Ooh. I'm gonna give it a few more attempts. Probably gonna hit like 1,300 total before I called stream. Which is what I said back before I hit 1,000. You can get all the way up to Sapphire with the old strat. Definitely don't recommend doing a thing where you shoot your own bullets with air. Really? Interesting. I guess I just kind of have to grind that out. But I think I only have a red time right now. But yeah, he had landed the strat. By the mind you, this is the guy that has 10 hours, if not a little bit less, in Neon White. And he landed the shoot your own bullet strat. So. But to be fair, this is also the guy that's cracked at FPS games in general. And he plays Rainbow Six professionally, so. Yeah. He was, I believe the team that he played for, that he was a starter on, was like second best in the collegiate league, at least for American college esports. Yeah, see, I don't know if he has like, he will sit there and grind with some with me and my other friend who has like the really good time on movement. Like he's not as into Neon White as the two of us are. I think it's because he already has a competitive outlet in Rainbow Six that he's not as competitive in Neon White. Whereas my one friend, I mean, he's been looking for a competitive outlet since Overwatch kind of fell off. Space is alright. I think it's slightly behind my TV. Okay, I got about 30 more attempts in me before I think I might call it. You also had a friend that he picked up and got really good real quick on games. I feel like in some situations I am that friend. In some situations, well, the rest of my friends are that friend. Like on Neon White specifically, I think, okay, after today's stream, I have maybe 40 hours in the game. Just under 40, I think. I started the day at 30 hours. So. But in all fairness, I mean, since I've been streaming the game, I've had top players come in and give me coaching tips and everything. So it's like, it's a little bit unfair to compare me against somebody like Uncle Sam, who has that 6 point something on Hummel, where he just did that 10 hours. He looked up the strat. He's like, okay, I could pull that off. Dude, I know exactly what you mean when it comes to Overwatch. I don't think I've ever gotten angrier at any point in my life than when I was grinding Overwatch. Like, it's one of the big reasons why I stopped playing it. I mean, that and also, Blizzard. Also, that was insane pace. But, yeah. Dude, Overwatch is kind of... How do I put this? Overwatch is the game that made me, like, really, like, self-reflect and improve myself in terms of just how I approach games and just, like, things in general in life. And got me, like, low-key quitting Overwatch was, like, the best decision I ever made because it made me a much better person. And I mean that in all seriousness. But I have a couple of friends that, dude, when they go full tilt on Overwatch, they are let's say some COD Modern Warfare 2 lobbies style of toxicity. Not quite racism and all that, but like just think about just like the toxicity involved. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if it's still like super toxic, especially since it's kind of fallen off. But I just don't keep up with it anymore. I have a couple of friends that do. They skip Marvel Rivals. They don't like it compared to Overwatch, but I think most of my other friends have moved on to Marvel Rivals or just other games entirely. Oh yeah, Overwatch communication was really good, and I think it taught me a lot about effective communication. Granted, I say that, but I'm also still the same guy that does not communicate in games. I just don't use voice chat. To be fair, I rarely play competitive games at all anymore. So. I was support main in Overwatch. I think, the first person in my friend group to get into Overwatch. I was the first support main. Specifically, I was a Lucio and Ana main. I'm the one that got... So, Zilia, this guy right here in second place, I'm the one that got him into Overwatch and got him maining support. He peaked way higher than I ever did. I think he's made it to either High Masters or Grandmaster with support. I only made it to Low Diamond. But I also never grinded competitive the way he did. I was like a stereotypical Reddit Lucio. Maybe a little bit better than that. I'd say I might have been, at least for the elo that I was in, better than your average Reddit Lucio. But I was in that first flock of people that were really influenced by DSP Stanky and his videos on playing Lucio and all that kind of stuff. So hitting all the crazy wall rides and boops and all that. He's the one that got me to learn how to wall ride backwards. Dude, I still go back every now and then and watch his videos like Vindication. Like, music choice, impeccable. The actual clips, amazing. Everything about it. The vibes, immaculate, you know? I was a long-time DSP Stanky sub. I think the only reason why I stopped my Twitch subscription was when I stopped really watching all that much on Twitch. And I haven't really followed him since, though it's been years. He got super good at Reinhardt during the XQC streams. Ooh. Yeah, I remember those days, dude. I used to watch XQC daily. Yeah, for me, Tank was that... I enjoyed Tank, but it had to be like specific tanks. I feel like my D.Va was decent, my Zarya was decent, and my Rein was pretty decent. Everything else was kind of just bad. At least I was bad at them, rather. Dude, I still can't get over the fact that they turned Doomfist into a tank. I'm still like Overwatch 1 build. Damn it. I'm still Overwatch 1 build, and it's just like kind of wild. Oh, so you're also in the group of not having played Overwatch in a long time. Okay, yeah. Yeah, dude, they turned Doomfist into a tank. Only reason why I know this is I have two friends who still religiously play Overwatch. It's like the only thing they play. I got one of them into Neon White. If I had just hit the jump, I was holding space. If I hit the jump, that would have been a PB. Oh, I'm upset. But yeah, I still have two friends. They still play pretty much only Overwatch. So I get some like trickle down news from them. Doomfist is the hero people would pick if they're trolling. Yeah, it's still like that. Yeah, no, Tank Fist is still like that. At least from what I've heard. I think if you pick Tank Fist or Ball, everybody just expects it to be a GG's. Yeah, if you hit a 1% tank. I mean, Doomfist is Doomfist. He's going to be annoying if you know how to use him. Also, I know I said I'd stop the stream at 1300, but I'm still going. Ooh. I'm starting to make that part cleaner when I actually get it. Alright. But yeah, for me, the part that made me, like, laugh in a very, I don't even know the best way to explain it. But I felt so... It was just hilarious when Blizzard announced that they're bringing back loot boxes to Overwatch 2. Yeah, good Doomfist gameplay is pretty insane to watch. They changed him a lot when they made him tank, though. They removed some of his abilities, and they changed some of his other abilities. So it's like, he still has his punch, but like his other abilities are like different. They don't deal anywhere near as much damage. He's still annoying to face, though, especially for squishy. Yeah, no more uppercut. He has a block instead. I will say the thing that that made me the most sad about the uppercut changes was Doom parkour, man. I think my friend group had this one friend that literally the only thing they would do every single day, they would log on to Overwatch and play Doom parkour 24/7. Oh, I believe it's still alive and well. It's just not the same. Oh, you can still remap the block to uppercut. That I did not know. I mean, as I said, I haven't touched Overwatch in years, so. Damn it. Damn it, that part always comes faster than I'm expecting. So I always end up jumping later. And that was too early. I messed that up. Oh, you've never played an MMO before. Okay, that's interesting to hear. I started off really young playing World of Warcraft. Never was like super try hard at it. I think the only MMO I've really tryharded was Final Fantasy 14. I tryharded pretty hard in that one. Not even close. Yeah, Neon White is incredibly based. Like, I might only have 40 hours in this game, but it's already in my top 5, maybe top 10. I'd have to really think about it and like map out my top 5 and top 10, but it's definitely up there for me. Oh yeah, no, the community medals, like when I learned about them, I was like, of course, that makes so much sense, and it's such a good idea. I mean, the medals and the leaderboards in general, to me, is just like, yes. Like, this game is like perfect. True, I have nothing bad to say about the community at all. So far, my only experience has been mostly you guys coming in chat like the past few days while I've been streaming the game. And it's just like easily one of the nicest communities I've interacted with. It's also not like the Final Fantasy 14 community where you run into a lot of nice people in Final Fantasy 14, don't get me wrong. But like, there's a lot of toxic positivity in that game. Specifically the community, not the game itself. The game itself is, I wouldn't exactly use the word fine at the moment, but like it all depends on where you sit. Damn it. Emeralds are accessible once you have most reds. Amethysts are accessible once you have most emeralds, and same with sapphires. See, I wouldn't know. I got my first amethyst before I had like 6 emeralds. I don't even have all the reds yet. I'm just grinding, dude. Right now, movement is my goat. That was close. I kind of messed up my movement on the ring, and so I lost time. But I was ahead of PB almost that entire run. That was a crazy pace to be on. I'm starting to hit the speed boost consistently now too, which is nice. Damn it. All right, I think this might be my last attempt right here. And that was a good last attempt. Ah. Okay, ending it with a 17.95. Not bad. I am satisfied for today. Tomorrow, though, I want to hit the 17.7. All right. For now, though, that's going to be it from me. So, yeah, 6.5 hour grind session. Probably not going to do this again tomorrow. At least not this long. But yeah. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. And I will catch you guys later.